Yo, what's good? What's good to people? How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good time, yeah? Yeah. We got a lot of stuff to go over tonight. Well, we're gonna play a little bit of game Dave the Diver first because there's nobody here yet. Nobody's gonna show up probably for a few minutes. And then we'll see them over here. But for now, we'll play some David the Diver. The David the Diver. Start with that and go from there. Mika, come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, you're just gonna lie down? Rude. Rude. Okay. Can't get it up. Boom, boom, da, da. Can't get it up. All right. Cosmic. You bet. Hito, what's up? Welcome. Hito, Hito. Chillin'. Just got started. They finished a little early today. You know what I found? What song that I found? Hang on. Wait, hang on. Let me get it real quick. Here. I'm pulling this up for you guys because I know this is an important song for everybody here. This is the advertisement. Burncat, what's up? Welcome. How's it going? We're going to be getting into lay politics here in a few. I found it. I thought you guys would get a little chuckle out of that. Alright, what's the track? Is this the same track I was just playing? Yo, Coldplay, Arabesque, live in Jordan. What's up, Daniel? Welcome. How's everybody doing? How was the end of anything else? I had to obviously dip to get going. Everybody have fun? Everybody had a beautiful time? Daniel, you missed it. I was playing if you guys want me to break the mystery for you, this is what it's called. Wow, Candy, fucking rude. So rude. So rude. Unbelievable. I can't even believe it. But yeah, this is our this is the Dan Can't Get It Up song. Busy Earnin' by Jungle. I'm not going to play the whole thing because YouTube's going to throw a fucking fit. But that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Play it. Nah, I'm going to get in trouble. Hassan Guprala. Oh, no. That's so bad. Oh, no. Every time, man. Just like, I think you've only been like shitty like once. And yeah, Sleepy, we gotta like come up with some good channel point rewards. I don't know. We all have to like come together and figure out how we want to do that, right? Maybe it'll like, maybe something will be like, you know, one of them will be like, I have to watch like a Hassan video or some shit like that. I don't know, something funny, something I don't want to do, or like a bad empanada fucking video, like torture me with some shit, you know, something like that. And then Candy will finally learn like the actual like torture that is listening to that fuck. Secretary General of Gutball. Yeah, then you'd learn, Candy. Then you'd learn. You'd learn who that motherfucker is, okay? How many points you got, Candy? Overhydrate. Legit. Okay, what do we... Habitat 50 meters. It didn't tell me much. Okay. Oh, did not mean to do that. She's not telling. Dude, so as a creator, fun fact, they actually gave me, like, no lie. Look at this. Look at how many points they give me as a creator. Top-notch use of my emote, by the way. Good shit. Good shit. So that's what we get, like, being the actual channel creator. They give you like 1,000,000 points. So if I ever want to subject myself to fucking torture, I can do so. Candy, are you still in? Are you in? Yeah, you're in chat. Why are you so quiet? Aww. Don't be mean to Candy, Joe. To the song. And then I will get grumpy. That's good. I appreciate that. What video thing? Oh, the Dan Can't Get It Up song? The Dan has a boring life. That's the song. Busy earning. Dan can't get it up. It's the theme song for anything else. They must pay for the rights for that, right? Clearly. That's true, because you fell in love with Sleepy Joe's voice. I think you are not correct about that. Look at what he said. It's like, you know, kindergarten style. Right? He's going to push you on the playground, but that means he likes you. Okay, well. Hey, Cosmic. We can't hear Candy? Oh, that would be because I did not unmute my other side. Okay, now you can hear Candy. My bad.
Oh. Thank you.
Destiny viewer indeed, Grimwit. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome to our humble little growing community. We like to chill here. We have a good fucking time. We're gonna get into politics shit in a little bit here. I usually like to start off with like a little bit of gaming, and then we get into the politics shit.
So did your parents take you to? Did your
Give me
parents
a
ever
follow,
take you to
brother.
like?
Would appreciate it if you can. What's up?
Did your parents ever take you to like church?
To church?
Sí, cuando tú eras chiquito.
So in Judaism we don't have church. We have synagogue.
Okay.
Yeah.
¿Tú ibas a la synagogue cuando eras chiquito?
Yeah. So when I was like little, we used to go to synagogue. I had a bar mitzvah actually.
Sí. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you know, I grew up and became an atheist. Synagogue. That's funny.
So tú cuando ustedes iban a la iglesia, ¿verdad? Y se vestían, right? You dress up for church, you look nice, right?
Kind of.
No?
Like, I mean, like a little bit. It wasn't like the same with like church where like everybody goes to. Dude, Grimwit, absolute boss. Thank you for the follow. It wasn't like church where like everybody goes there and like wears their absolute best. It was, you know. So I was raised in Reform Judaism. Do you know about like the different types of Judaism?
No.
So you have like 3 kind of main types of Judaism. You've got Orthodox Judaism, and that's going to be like Ben Shapiro or like the dudes in the funny hat with the funny hair and shit, you know. That's Candy, who's another Destiny viewer as well. So in answer to your question, Grimwood, yeah. So you've got like three main types. You've got Orthodox, which are like the Hasidim, who have like the hats and the hair. You know, when people say the Jews, that's who they're fucking talking of. Yeah, the tzitzit, payot, and tefillin, exactly. Those are the Hasidim. And then Orthodox Jews also include non-Hasidic Jews. So like Ben Shapiro is an Orthodox Jew. Then you've got conservatives, which are like less intense than that. They're not usually going to wear, I mean, depending on who you talk to, they're not usually going to wear like the yarmulke out in public, but they keep a lot more with like the religion at home. They'll do Shabbat and stuff like that. And then you've got Reform Jews, which I refer to as Diet Jew, which is like just, you know, we're there for the stories and the morals, and we're more secular Jews. We don't care as much about the religion as much, right? So I was raised in Reform Judaism. So, you know, like my synagogue had a female rabbi, had a gay cantor, and it was like the type of place where, like, you know, if I went and asked the rabbi, like, why does, exactly, Diet Jew, why does like science differ from the Torah? You know, their answer is going to be, oh, you always take the science over the literalism of the Torah. The Torah is just there for stories and for us to learn good morals and stuff like that. So that's the kind of environment that I was raised in. And a lot of like Jews who become atheists, a lot of them are Reform Judaism. And Daniel and Hito, like, most Jews are Reform Jews nowadays, right? It's business casual, not business formal. Yeah. Oops.
So you're not an atheist, you're a Reformed Jew. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm an atheist, but I
I
was
know.
raised a
You're
Reform
both.
Jew. Yeah.
You're both.
Yeah, especially in the United States. Most Jews in the United States are Reform Jews. In Israel, there's probably a little more conservative, but for the most part, like modern Jews, because it's, you know, it's a much older religion than like Christianity and Islam, so it's like had a much longer time to sort of grow out of a lot of some of the fucked up shit. You think Judaism for this more than other religion in a way is beneficial to religion or culture? I think in some ways, yes, Grimwit. I think another thing about it is that, like, because of the way like our history has been and how we've just kind of been fucked over like so many times, one of the things Jews have done in order to survive is we've learned to sort of adapt and assimilate into other cultures. I think that's one of the main reasons why Reform Judaism has become so prevalent, is because in order to assimilate into those other cultures and adapt and not stand out as much, our religion has sort of shifted along with it. Yeah. So it's almost like it's beneficial because it evolved to be beneficial. I got chased by some Hasids the other week. They did not like that I quoted Pirkei Avot back at them in regards to Kiruv proselytizing fucking cultists. Yeah, I thought Hasids, but Hasids only proselytize to like other Jews, right? Like they don't proselytize to Goyim, as far as I know. Yeah, because like I'll have like Hasidim come up to me and be like, yo, come do like tzitzit or tefillin, come do tefillin with me, right? And I'll like throw them a bone because I know they think it's a mitzvah, and I'll be like, sure, fucking put the tefillin on and I'll do the prayer with you or whatever, even though, like, you know, I don't really care. I just figure like I'm doing a nice thing for a Hasid. But they are pretty fucking crazy, I'm not gonna lie. On current Trump stuff. Well, I got a lot of thoughts, Grimwit. Is there any topic in particular you want to go over? I thought proselytizing is forbidden no matter the person. So, so to out to non-Jews it is, but the Hasidim, they see trying to bring like less devout Jews into Hasidism as like one of the most important things. So they will proselytize to other Jews, but not to like non-Jews. How about rule of law with regard to deportations? I mean, I think obviously I'm gonna side with the courts here. It seems pretty clear that the way they're going about this, and I'm gonna be getting into some of this some more later as well, Grimwit, because I have like some notes about some stuff I want to talk about. But we actually have been talking a lot about this. Actually, Candy and I specifically have got into it pretty fucking hard on some of this topic. Um,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I believe he's definitely trying to find ways to skirt the law, and it's really strange to me because I don't think he even needs to. I think he's trying to make a big show and beat his chest to his base, but he could just like bring yo, what's up, Nick? How's it going? Hello. He could
Hi,
um,
Nick.
pump up deportations by upping the amount of like immigration judges, speeding up the process and stuff like that. But that doesn't make that big of a show that he wants to make to the base by like saying, "Oh, we're rounding up the criminals and sending them to fucking El Salvador." You know what I mean? And so I think that's why he's doing what he's doing. Now, it seems like thankfully the courts are saying, "Yo, like fuck off." And even the Supreme Court I mean, like 9-0 on this Abrego Garcia ruling is pretty. So, from his perspective, I think he probably does from his perspective. But the problem that he's running into, right, is now that because he's done that, he's now sort of put a barrier in front of himself on being able to deport more people for the time being. So, he has orders that are stopping him from deporting more people currently, and that's sort of the issue that the corner that he's put himself into. And I think in the moment he thought, okay, I'm going to use the Alien Enemies Act and do this without due process. I think obviously we saw the due process issue already get challenged, and now, and actually I'm going to talk about this in a little bit because there was a recent ruling in a court in regards to how much time of due process is required in Colorado. And I'm going to talk about that and where I think it's going to go with the courts a little bit later. Because I think it's an important, it's not technically because it's not a federal court, it's not precedent setting, but it will go to the appeals court, which then will make it precedent. So that is something I'm definitely going to be talking about. But yeah, I think he feels like he needed to do that to make a big show. But again, the problem that he ran into is without doing due process, he's now brought up all of these legal challenges, and I think it's gotten out of control, and it's become a much bigger issue than he wanted it to be, where intentionally he just wanted this to be like a nice big win for him and his base. And now it's becoming a problem. I actually want to take a look at something here because when it came to different approval polls, the only topic that he was above water on in approval at this point was immigration. And I want to take a look and see if that's still the case now. This whole thing with Abrego Garcia and the stuff in El Salvador is going on. Let me see. Let me take a look.
So
Uh,
quickly, I'm just gonna say that the disagreements between me and Jordan is because I live in La La Land, and
yeah, she
Jordan
doesn't.
lives
She
in
doesn't
fact.
think we should be deporting people like that at
Okay,
all. Yeah.
and Jordan is more a fact-based
Thanks for the
person,
follow, Nick.
and
You
me,
badass.
I'm more like, but they can't do this. This is not right. And he's like, but the law is. So that's why we argue. We kind of argue about it, but it's because I live in a different realm than Jordan
Yeah, but
does.
we're seeing it play out, I think, in a positive way. Do I think that
I think
means
so
we're going
too.
to get Abrego Garcia back? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. Right? Again, like I've said, it comes down to whether Trump feels like it's in his best interest to tell Bukele behind the scenes to send him back. If he does, then we're getting him back. Otherwise, no, it's not happening. Because he's out of our jurisdiction and there's nothing we can do about that. So yeah, look at this. If we were talking at the beginning of his presidency, even in the beginning of March, we're looking at a spread on, this is on immigration specifically, right? We are looking at spreads of like +8, +8, +12, +12 on immigration. this seems to have lowered considerably. Look, this is a Fox News poll that shows him -1 on immigration. RCP average is like plus 3.1, where in the beginning, I wonder if we can get like over time. In the beginning, it was like really, really strongly in his favor in immigration. So his approval on immigration has definitely gone down. Which is very interesting. I was thinking earlier today, I really wanted to look at these stats and see. I wish they had like a graph that I could look at like they do for his overall approval. But seeing the number come down to this when it was like in the double digits positive at the beginning of his election and has kind of like stayed around here to here since then, to see it drop this much is really, really, really interesting, because that's, you know, one of his strong points. So very, very interesting.
Yeah, yeah, Grim went. But it's like I told you, like I like to look at things like I try like from a moral standpoint more than anything. And then Jordan comes in with his facts, and I tell him he pees on my parade because I'm wishful thinking in my head,
You
and
call
he's
me Pisco
like,
right now? You call me
uh,
Pisco?
I said you're pissed off. Well, pretty much. You're always pissing on my brain parade because in my
Listen,
head
let me
I'm like,
piss. Let me piss.
this
What do
could
you want?
happen. This is great. And he just goes, no, these are the facts. And I'm like, there you go,
Yeah.
pissing on me again.
Yeah, let a man piss. AJ, what's up? Welcome. I'm glad you can make it. How you doing? Look at this though. Isn't this remarkable?
Oh, wait, Daniel messed up.
The focus should be on halting
No, no,
Trump's
no, it's
homegrown
not
plan.
duh. Look at the first word.
Oh, Daniel. Daniel. Daniel, my hands are tied, good buddy. You know, there's nothing I can do at this point. It's out of my control, bud. I don't have a choice here. This is just the way she goes, bud. The way she goes. So for our new friends here, one thing that we like to do here is if you make a typo in chat, you got to clown on them for the typo, right? So you put it in quotes, you alternate your caps for the typo, and then you give them the Benny Morris laugh and the normgasm. And that's how we handle typos in our chat here. So the focus should be on halting Trump with his homegrown plan. I honestly don't think Garcia is coming back unless we get a new administration who's willing, who is willing. I'll let that go because that's grammatical and not spelling. Yeah, right. Pax. Oh, I thought you were trying to say Karl
Okay.
Marx, Cosmic, not Karl Pax. Who is willing to tell President Bukake chill and cut that shit out. Yeah, but like also by then it's going to be 4 years, and who knows where the fuck he's going to be? Who knows where the fuck he's going to be at that point? You know, like he could be in, like he's in CCOT now. They could put him into like some grimy fucking jail where he gets stabbed to death at some point. And like in at another point too, like what if like what if like all this attention that he's getting ends up getting him fucking stabbed and killed in fucking CCOT? Who knows what's gonna happen? War to peace. I see what you were doing. All right, well then I retract my thing. Then they have to answer for it. Yeah, but like how? What are they gonna do? Who's gonna hold him accountable? Like, is there? I don't know of any statutes that are gonna like be able to hold him for that, right?
Ooh, Bukele?
Or Trump? Or do you mean like the people? Ideally, us, a less retarded nation. Maybe. I hope so. I don't even know. Like I can't even predict how they would go about something like that in that situation, right? Because again, like at that point, like what's the statute? What are we going after them on, right? Don't worry, we'll trade another war criminal like we did with Brittany Griner in a few years. Wasn't that so I learned the other day from MAGA Daniel that was the Lord of War guy, the Nicolas Cage. That was basically Nicolas Cage. Is that right? Is that who we traded for Brittany Griner? Wow, that's really interesting. That's very, very interesting. Um, well, I don't know if we will, right? Because we don't have anybody that's a political prisoner from El Salvador. I don't think. I think Bukele is just going to want to be friends with whoever's the fucking president. Her bag was full of vape carts from a company I consulted through. I remember the CEO learning the news and losing his shit. Yeah, that's probably not good publicity, right? Probably not good publicity. But yeah, this is very interesting. I also heard El Salvador is planning on making prisoner swaps of Venezuelans deported from the U.S. back to Venezuela, where they fled from the government. So that's potentially even more innocent people the government has condemned. From the U.S. prisoner swaps of Venezuelans deported from the U.S. back to Venezuela. Let me read that again. I also heard El Salvador is planning on making prisoner swaps Venezuelans deported from the U.S. Oh, back to Venezuela where they fled from the government. Yeah. Well, Maduro is like talking about like how badly he wants to get these people back, and it seems like a big like political thing. I actually think the way this has gone, he might like bring them back and like give them like a cushy life because of everything. Looning?
That's the thing, Cosmic Stray, and that's one of the things I've been saying about like what right does an American president have to send someone from another country to a gulag in a country that's not even theirs? I mean, I can understand deporting them back to the country they came from, but it seems
Yeah. So,
there should be a law, which there isn't,
well,
against that.
hang on. So we're that's something we're going to talk about as well. So, in American law, there was nothing about that until recently. Um, where did I make a typo?
So you're
I
telling
miss
me
it.
there was a law after
So
we argued for so long?
no, but there was a
Okay.
ruling
Okay.
recently. There was a ruling within
Okay.
the last like week or two, where they're stopping
Supreme Court?
deportations of people to countries that are not their country of origin. However, when it comes to Venezuela, like a lot of these people are political prisoners, so I don't know. Like I don't know, right? It could all be bad. El Salvador, as far as fuck. I mean,
Right,
it's
but
Central America.
are we gonna deport people who are asking for legal,
Mexico
they're
would
being
probably be
prosecuted for their
friendlier to them,
country?
Hito. Hmm?
Are they gonna are we gonna deport people who are asking for legit asylum because their country,
I don't
um,
know. I don't know at this point, right? I mean, they're like trying to figure it out. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. Um, we have to see because that's like one of the big issues, right? What's his name? The that gay hairdresser guy, right? He was like a legal asylee, but he got deported.
right?
Yeah, and so yeah, I don't know.
He needs to be returned to, because again,
Yeah,
he
nobody's
was
even talking about that guy right now. Nobody's even
right, that
talking
guy,
about him
and
anymore.
supposedly, his because he's gay, he would be considered in his country, it's not, it's frowned upon to be gay.
Well, in
So that was his.
CCOT, he's probably going to be in big trouble. In CCOT, he's probably going to be in big trouble. So I don't know, right? I don't know what the deal is going to be. What do you got for me,
Oh,
Daniel?
I caught look. Daniel said I caught your typo, little guy. Oh,
Yeah, I
oh,
don't know
yeah,
what the
what?
typo was. I don't. Did I mispronounce something? That's my bad.
Ironing?
Repatriate 252
Ironing?
Venezuelans. Salvador's president has offered to repatriate 252 Venezuelans deported by the U.S. and imprisoned in his country, Venezuela releases the same number of political prisoners. Okay, so between them and Venezuela.
Bukele
Okay,
is not doing himself any favors because the whole
he doesn't
reason
care.
for
He's a
him creating
dictator.
this prison was to clean up house, to make El Salvador more safe for tourists. But if tourists think that they could be put in a gulag, they're not gonna fucking go there. I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to go to El Salvador after knowing that the leader of El Salvador does
Yeah.
this to people. No. So he's shooting himself in the foot by teaming up with
Cosmic.
Trump.
I'm talking. There's actually a different hearing. Um, there was a different ruling when it came to the international issue. Let me pull it up. Hang on. Oh no, I'm trying to find this earlier. Um. Okay. Oh, without due process specifically. Yeah. So judge blocks administration from deporting non-citizens to third country without due process. Blocks removing non-citizens to countries other than their place of origin. Federal judge on Friday, which would have been, yeah, on the 18th. On Friday, blocked the Trump administration from deporting non-citizens to countries other than their place of origin without due process. I guess this is in reference to the Alien Enemies Act. U.S. District Judge Brian Murphy issued an injunction that bars the Trump administration from deporting any non-citizen to a country not explicitly mentioned in their order or removal without first allowing them to raise concerns about their safety. And obviously, the Supreme Court backing up on the due process issue means that people just can't be deported without due process, even under the Alien Enemies Act.
You know what he
Trump's
said?
homegrown
His,
plan, get political enemies, discounted
what?
airfare, and hotel stays in El Salvador. And when they get to the airport, go back to the U.S., they get arrested and sent to CCOT. Oh,
You know what I was saying about the tourism?
because
Like
yeah.
people are not gonna want to go there. That's he says that's a homegrown plan. Give them discounted airfare.
Mm, mm. So yeah, they're getting in the way of the
But the
third country
Supreme
stuff.
Court also, on a decision 7-2, also said to stop, flat out stop the deportations.
Right. They put a pause on the deportations while they rule on like other shit.
They were like, no planes get out right now. And the two dissenters, of course, was Alito and Thomas.
Of course. Of course. Of course.
Everyone else
Um
voted. But that's what I was also saying about Alito. Alito is a literalist, like you said, when it's convenient for him. Because
yeah,
the
but again,
literal sense of the law, under the
he
law,
was
right?
9-0 on the due process. The fucked up title.
So what was the one that they were 7-2?
Deporting Nantes to a third country without due process. Where's the what's wrong about the title? Sleepy. We live with a Far Cry 5 president. Yeah.
Far Cry 5. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Good game.
Yep. Yep. The hell is a third country? Uh, that's basically like it's like a shortened way of saying like a third party country, right? Not one of the two that are like subject to the situation. So like not the U.S., not the country they're coming from, essentially. All right, let's go ahead and do our dailies real quick, and then we'll get into our shit for the rest of the evening.
Bukake. Why do you call him Bukake, guys, in the chat?
Bukele, it's
I'm
funnier.
just,
It's funnier than Bukele.
well, I know, but I want them to tell me why they call it Bukake.
Okay.
Is that like a meme somewhere or something?
Hmm. But I see the humor in mocking such a clown. Yeah, I don't really call
I
him that
don't,
either,
but
but you know.
oh
Paw
no, I'm not
for
saying it's not funny. I'm just wondering if I'm having one of my blonde moments and I'm missing a
this one.
meme somewhere that something happened.
Nice.
Oh, Destiny started it. Okay.
He does have funny
So
thingies.
he says a lot of funny stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Root bit.
He tells somebody he argues with because he reads the chat. I don't know which chat exactly. Sometimes he reads the kick chat, but he's reading a different chat. And he gets so
DGG,
mad at the
yeah.
people commenting the
Or
GGG
YouTube.
chat. He gets so pissed. Today he said to someone, "You're so white. That is the whitest answer. So white that it's like the sun glowing like in your face. White, like oh my God." It was like he says the most hilarious shit. I don't, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, where does he come up with these? Like seriously, please don't ever look up. See,
Nice.
why shouldn't I look up?
Bukaki, do you know what that is? Where is Casper? Casper, are you here? And Scarecrow, are you
Check
guys
me.
here? Reading
YouTube
his
chat should
DGG,
be.
Kick, and then YouTube chat. Yeah, even though Kick is the best one. We all know Kick is the best chat. Everybody knows Kick chat, best chat. Look at that.
You
No
YouTube
mistakes.
chat is not very
YouTube chat
good.
is the lowest of the low.
Well, well, it's bad, but also like you can't really
I was
reply
there,
to
Hito.
people's
I was for the creepy
comments.
late
It's
night
just
stream too.
maybe
Okay.
I saw that, Hito. I saw my phone this morning.
I was on that.
That's
It was fun.
Destiny
It was
is
full of
online,
weirdos.
and I'm like, what? So I thought it was because I didn't look at the timestamp. So I saw it because I get a notification. And I went on, I'm like, but he's not on now. Like, what is this thing? What is it? And it was that he had a late night, apparently. Maybe he couldn't sleep. He dodged a bullet, shit. Just
It was
get
pretty
some
wild, dude.
content.
It was pretty wild. There was
Really?
this one dude there who was like, "Oh my god, this dude Bream. Do you guys remember that dude Bream from last night? What a fuckwit that guy. I really hope he's not actually one of Destiny's fucking big mods because that's sad. True and Bayzed. What up, yeah,
Well,
yeah? What's going on? I know, the head mod, exactly, dude. What a fucking goober, man. What a goober, that guy. Um, my friends had me Google it as a prank a long time ago. Believe me, it's not something you search for unless you're using DuckDuckGo, Tor, and or VPN. Never heard of them. Of Bream, were you on the late night stream last night, Sleepy?
no, I wasn't for sure. I missed it. So tell us,
Oh, yeah. So
is
there
it
was
on
this dude
Destiny's?
Bream. There was this dude
Is it on
Bream who
Destiny?
like kept talking about like, ooh, I'm the head mod for you give me respect, but it was so cringe, dude. It was so cringe, and everybody was fucking was just shitting on him because he
It
was being
is.
super cringe in chat. 10
What?
years off. Oh, 100 miles. Ah, man. The 10 years off really fucked me on that one. What the fuck is this? Who's gonna know that it was here? Who's gonna know that? Nobody's gonna know that. Bastards. Yeah, Bream was this dude in chat. Um. Oh, Ban Ki Moon. Fuck. Come on, I know this shit, right?
This is that's not the late secret late factory. Okay. So I see it. Okay, I see that one. I'm gonna watch it later, probably.
Hello Kitty Flash
Uh
Games.
did you see
What's going on,
did
Rap
you
Rat?
see the
Welcome. Yeah. Thank you for the
did you see
subscription,
the
Mugen. What a fucking based motherfucker. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Dubs. Dubs for Mugen. Dubs for Mugen. Oh, I know who that is. I know who you are. What's good, bud? It's good to see you, man. I know exactly who that is. That's one of my IRL buddies. Someone I used to work with, actually. Chillin', dog. Chillin'. Thanks for the subscription, brother. You know I appreciate it. All right. What are we looking at here? Come on. Obviously,
I
Spanish
just
speaking. Dubs for Mugen, guys. Dubs for Mugen. Um, Casper is Queen mod, absolutely, and Scarecrow's King mod. August 2001 something. Okay, at least we have a year here. Somewhat. I'm gonna go with like 26. Let's say 2016. Um,
the title from Destiny's stream from earlier today says he's gonna be gone till through Sunday.
yeah,
So
I
no
think
more
he's like
stream.
going on a trip or something. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
What the fuck? So this is the Ban Ki Moon dude. What is this? Is this flag? Are these colors? Is this Bolivia? I think it is. No.
That's the shield.
No, but like
The
the colors of
seal.
this flag, it looks like Bolivia, right? Even Dirk was there, albeit green screen.
Oh.
I think, right? Those are the colors of the Bolivian flag, I think. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm fucking guessing. We're gonna say La Paz because we have no idea. Oh, where are we?
What's the color of the Italian flag?
It was Bolivia, but it was Villa Villa. Oh, that's fucking dumb, obviously. Okay, we take those. We take those. We take those. What's the year? 1 year off. Okay, we definitely take those. Um, this is Japan. What's the year here? We do take those, bro. We absolutely take those. Um, you know what this says, bro, boys?
Yeah.
This says
It's
Jazu. This says Jazu. I know that because I've been Duolingoing Japanese. If the late night VOD is still up, I may watch it later to see the mod roast. Bro, we roasted the fuck out of Bream. He was being a fucking dingus. What year? This looks like... These clothes look like... In this car. I'm feeling like 80s maybe? 70s? 80s? Japan, definitely. We'd say Tokyo because there's nothing here that really tells us otherwise. Tokyo, we're going to say 75. No. Wow, I was way late. Oh no, we don't take those, boys. Damn. 1963, it was 52. You were way closer than me, Cosmic. Fuck. The picture looked too nice. The picture too... Yeah, exactly. The picture looked too nice. It fucking threw me off. Fuck. Okay. This is France, right? De Pupil. Right? Let's see. Le Grand Aventure. This is France. This has got to be like the 70s or 80s with a car like this. And we say Paris because we don't know anywhere else in France, right? Damn it, Cosmic. Don't make fun of me, okay? We're going to say with that car, we're going to say like 83. Okay, 80. 163 miles. That's okay. I don't know if we're going to Versailles, bro. I know. You're right. It's Brussels. Oh, it was Belgium. Oh, no. At least Europe is small, so it wasn't that far off. Waffles. Okay, this is obviously Times Square. What's the year? You gonna load in map? Okay. Is this one?
Shit.
There it is. Times Square, and then we gotta find, there's the bell drop thing. It's like right, yeah. It's like right here, right? Or is the recruiting place? Yeah, the recruiting place is like right in front of the fucking thing, right? So it's like right here. Or no, they're like, yeah. Right? Yeah. 2008. That looks like 2008 Tony Awards. Billy Elliot, Best Musical. Yeah, right? Declines 2.4%. This has got to be This has got to be 2008, right?
Looks earlier.
What did I do? I was a year off. Oh, 2009. Fuck. Oh no, it was on the other side. God damn it. No, I wanted my perfect score. Candy. I wanted my perfect score just for you, Candy.
What?
I wanted
What
to
did
get
you
that
put?
perfect score. I was a year off, and I was 283 meters off. I wanted my perfect score just for you, Candy.
No, no. So you said 2008?
No, guys. Oh no.
Uh, one,
385 points off. Oh no. We were so close. So close.
one.
Womp womp. Wompity womp. All right. That's okay. That's okay. We shake it off, guys. We shake it off like fucking Taylor Swift. All right. We'll get him next time. All right. Let's see. What
Really,
do we
Taylor
want to go
Swift?
over today? Yeah, I said shake it off like Taylor Swift.
Ugh.
You don't like T Swift, Candy?
Don't dislike her. I don't know.
Daniel, you're
Is he?
absolutely right. We don't need it anyway. Vadim! Bring up fucking Pennsylvania, Vadim! Bring up Pennsylvania!
What is that?
That was from the election. Did you watch Tiny's stream for the
No.
election? No? Man, let me see if I can. Is there like a clip? Daniel, can you find like a clip compilation or clips of Destiny just screaming, Vadim, bring up Pennsylvania?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I was he was when he was watching the election, he was talking to the pollster, right? Like the guy
Yeah,
who shows the
he was
numbers,
like our
not the
in-house
pollster.
numbers
Yeah, yeah,
guy. He
yeah.
was like our in-house numbers guy. Yeah. And like every time like things were looking bad, he was like, "We don't need it, Vadim.
Screaming
We
like
don't need it. Bring up Pennsylvania. Bring up Pennsylvania, Vadim. Bring it up." And so whenever we get a bad score, we just yell at Vadim to bring up Pennsylvania.
yeah,
I really
Pennsylvania
thought
went
we were
really
going to get
bad.
Pennsylvania too. I
Yeah,
really
because
thought we were.
Pennsylvania
It was
is
so
is
close. The
yeah,
numbers,
Pennsylvania.
the outstanding numbers, they looked like they were in our favor. But oh man, okay, here we
Oh, there
go.
it is. You found that.
Here we go. Let's see. Yes.
Yes. Okay, Vadim.
Yo, Vadim, Arizona, please.
Hey, Vadim, show me Georgia again. I just want to see it.
Oh boy, guys, you know who's in this video too, right? Oh shit.
The outstanding in Georgia. Show me the outstanding. Show me the outstanding. Okay, yeah, wait. Okay, Vadim.
Oh no! Oh no! Look who it is! Oh, that's so awkward. Oh, it's so fucking awkward. Why? How many times are you voting, Sleepy? Are you trying to tell us something? Guys, oh no. That's unfortunate. You know who this is, right, Candy? Yes, exactly.
Vadim, come over here. We need to check out our second path. Go back. I need to know the. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. You went back. My bad. Show me all of Pennsylvania.
Also,
show me all of Pennsylvania. Vadim.
Like, why the fuck is Amaranth? Why the fuck was Amaranth there for that? I'm a professional canvasser. Oh. I want to see you and Tiny go head to head on canvassing. I want to see that. That'd be fun.
Talk to me. Show me Michigan. Show me Wisconsin.
No clue? Hito? You don't know who that is? That's Pixie, dog. Oh, why is Amaranth there? No clue. Yeah. She wasn't even. We didn't even really get a show from her, Candy.
Don't show me Georgia anymore.
I mean, I guess a little bit.
Go back to Wisconsin and show me something.
Man, I do miss this crew. This was a real cool crew of orbiters, man. These were good times.
Good. Vadim, they finished with all the Republican votes for Wisconsin,
sad.
right? They're counting those first. Vadim, be gentle with me. No! Show me Pennsylvania, goddammit.
That's what the people want to see.
Talking about Amaranth. I don't know how to write her name.
Amaranth.
She had look at her shirt. The whole
she's
time her
showing off
tits
the
was hanging
titties.
out. Yeah. And I was wondering when I was watching this
Not a fan of
stream,
ABBA, huh, Hito? Go
why
ahead.
is there a chick with her tits hanging? It was just kind of weird.
Because
to
she's
me,
like a
at the
porno
time,
chick.
but I
That's
didn't.
like her thing. She's an OnlyFans girl.
Yeah. And now
She's
it
got
makes
the
sense.
OU going on, just like me. Just like yours truly.
Amaranth.
Filming her OnlyFans content
Amor
right after.
and
Yeah.
Amaranth. That's
Yeah.
hard to spell. That would be. Yeah.
A man of culture.
Okay, Vadim,
I
real
had-
quick.
I never-
Okay, thank you,
I had
Vadim.
never
We'll
heard
come
of
back
her, so
in 15 minutes.
I
Show me
didn't-
Michigan.
no.
No, wait.
It
Show me
was-
Pennsylvania. No,
yeah.
show me Pennsylvania first. Vadim, tell him to go get food. Tell him to get the fuck
Weird
out
to
of the
me.
studio,
So
okay?
there's like.
Wait,
All right.
wait.
Okay, Vadim. I don't need. Well, show me it actually, just in case. Real quick, Vadim. Okay, Vadim. Do I look like a fucking vote counter to you? Vadim, we need a midnight math check. Midnight math check. Vadim, bring us out of
So I heard
Alaska. Bring us into
from a-
Nevada.
From a friend.
Wisconsin's giving us a lot of trouble, Vadim. Vadim, no one cares.
I do have
Wait,
OnlyGups, true.
Vadim. Show me something good in this cheese curd having motherfucking.
I watched his thing. I don't think I didn't feel like he was condemning him. Maybe here, we'll watch it in a second here. I don't know if it was like, I mean, he was like sort of like, dude, I was telling you not to do this kind of shit. But it didn't feel to me like he was straight up like, yeah, this dude's a piece of shit. Like, I'm never going to talk to him again, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if it felt quite like that to me, Hito. I thought his was one of the more reasoned responses out of everybody, as far as I saw. I don't know. Maybe you saw it a little bit different. And he took a long time to respond to it too.
Like Canadian bordering. Wait, Vadim, do we have a third path check? Hold on, he's coming. Vadim, we need to check the math real quick.
One quick copia, please.
Just show me Pip Philly at 70%. That's all I need to see, baby. Show me that one more time, Vadim.
We have a very important race call. Pennsylvania has just been called for Trump. Trump is a new president. Trump is the president of the United States 2024.
Yeah. Sad times. Sad times, dog. Sad times. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's okay. It's all okay. Everything's not falling apart. Yeah, I agree, Daniel. Ah, sleepy, fuck you. I do, man. Loner and Tiny were such a good team up. They were such a good team up. Yeah, Nick. It's a real bummer, dog. Real bummer, dude. Him and Loner were such a good team. And he was full speed ahead, dude. He was gaining so much traction. He was gaining so much fucking traction, right? He was going everywhere. Our little guy. Our tiny man. I do. I mean, I'm still subscribed to him on YouTube. Like, I give him my monies every month. They did some good numbers in the Middle East. What?
Huh? What?
What were you
The Middle East. What were you saying about the Middle East?
That Loner and Destiny like did really well when they were in Israel. They got big numbers when they were in Israel. Yeah. Yeah.
Some people. There's a saying, right? There was a saying. You meet people for a reason, a season, or a lifetime.
Yeah, I guess. Damn, bro.
People get what they can from people, and then they move on sometimes. So
they really did together, bro. That's why I really wanted to watch. At some point, I still want to do this with you guys. I want to watch, obviously break it up into a few streams, but I want to watch that Loner debate with that TikTok leftist, because he did such a good job, like, wiping the floor with her, because she's a particularly dangerous type of person, because, like, she is, like, she's like Finkelstein. She's, like, really, really well versed on exactly her side of the story that she supports. And, like, if you're not well prepared, you're gonna listen to her and be like, whoa, man, this girl knows what she's talking about. Holy shit. But Lonerbox, I thought, just fucking ripped her apart so well. And it was such a good thing. Maybe we'll start that a little bit later tonight. Maybe we'll start watching that together, because I have watched that debate twice now because it was so good. He did such a good job with her, I thought. With this frumpy British TikTok. Yeah, I remember that, but that was more bullshit. That kid had no fucking clue. Like, that kid wasn't even gonna seem that well rehearsed to people. That kid was just the fucking memes and retard shit. This girl was actually, like, really well versed on stuff, right? And she had this whole smug thing about her, and, like, she really pissed me off, right? And like, I saw her, she goes on Parker and Dean's streams a lot too, and I saw her going on there a lot, and, like, she was just pissed me off so much. And so when I saw that she was debating Loner, I was like, oh, fuck yeah, dude, this is gonna be great. And it didn't disappoint at all. Characterized it as a win. I know, she got her ass handed to her, dog. He was so over the top, like the guy Tiny debated from that leftist magazine. I can't remember the name. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. They're all of those guys are, like, way too extreme. Yeah, I mean, I'm like ethnically Jewish. I was raised Reformed Jewish. I'm an atheist now, but yeah, I'm still Jewish, like, culturally, and, the Nazis would still kill me, basically. Even, yeah. Call him leftist Austin Powers. Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll definitely watch that a little later. It'll be fun for us to watch together. I know I'm going to enjoy it. Hito's certainly going to enjoy it. Daniel's certainly going to enjoy it. For those of you who haven't seen it, I think you guys are going to love it. I know we loved watching Loner back in the Tiny days, and I still think we need to, like, support him. He's a really great content creator, even though he and Tiny sort of had their little breakup. He still makes really great content. It's a bad debate. Why do you think it's a bad debate? Come around someday. I feel it in my heart. Pixie was only just a long distance girl. Still watch Boner, but YouTube though. Yikes for me, dog. Yeah, I know YouTube sucks for live stream. A good debate requires two sides. Yeah, I agree, Cosmic, but I still really like the debate because, like I said, she's the type of person who like comes off really, really well informed to people who don't know a lot about the topic. And so she's really, really dangerous in that sense. And Loner just handled her so well that I think it's just a great example of, you know, him being a based fucking debater and handling someone who can be very insidious, right? In a way that like people won't always be prepared for. Loner's docuseries on Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine are good. I'll have to check that out because I don't know if I saw that.
In other words, Jordan is a fan of Loner Brock.
I love El Caja de Boner. Caught a few minutes, but would be down to see the whole debate. Absolutely, and we'll split it up, Hito. We won't, because it's like 4 hours long. We won't watch it all at once. Maybe we'll watch like an hour of it, like a little later on or something tonight, and then we'll start with like an hour, and like we'll pick it up and watch it over a few streams. But it is a pretty good one. I really enjoyed it myself. She's like what Tiny said about Dave Smith. He's not unversed, but the books he reads are the conspiracy books. Exactly. That's why I likened her to like Norman Finkelstein. You know, she gives Finkelstein vibes, except Finkelstein is a Zionist. Which none of them seem to realize. None of them seem to understand that Finkelstein is actually a Zionist. I don't think they know that. Oh boy, here we go. Sleepy and Daniel. You guys have fun with that. I'm going to start talking about some of the stuff I want to go over today. So this was just like an interesting little fact check here. Trump said, this was like, on the 17th. I meant to do this the other night, but, you know, me and Ksenia got wasted, and we were not as focused on going over the news. Trump falsely claims gas prices hit $1.98 in some states. President Trump falsely claimed Thursday some states saw gas prices fall to just $1.98 on Wednesday. And it turns out the lowest were about $2.70 per gallon. It's a little thing, but important to keep in mind. National average, 3.17. So it's still higher, national average. But, you know, if the tariff stuff continues, one of the first things that starts to drop as a recession is oncoming is gas prices. So we are going to see gas prices go down. But for not good reasons. So we'll keep an eye on that, obviously. Finkelstein quoting Morris. Morris is summarizing his argument incorrectly was peak content, fantastic moron hours. The thing is, Hito, he does that all the fucking time. All the fucking time. Eggs were $4.99 at Whole Foods yesterday. Yeah, I bought me some eggs. Yeah, so eggs are coming down. I have been saying this whole time, whether it was under Biden or under Trump, that neither one of them was at fault for the eggs issue. everybody went nuts about the eggs issue on the left because it was a thing to attack Trump on. Everybody went nuts about the eggs issue on the right because it was a thing to attack Biden on. But in reality, this bird flu thing just fucked up our whole egg shit. And it had nothing really to do with either one of them. And so I never really talked too much about the egg prices thing for either one of them. They had to cull all these chickens, which lowered the price of eggs. I think we made some deals with like some European countries that allowed us to like get cheaper eggs while, you know, we get new generations of chickens in the meantime. But yeah, like I said, like I never really went pointing fingers at anybody on the egg thing. I think if you look into that, it's not really anybody's fault on this. You hear me, Candy?
Yes, I know, and I never disagree with you on
I know.
that.
I'm just
I never
teasing
did.
you.
What I was saying was that basically, yeah, like they blame Biden for certain things, but then when it's the other side, it's like, oh, all of a sudden they become like the smart economic people. It's like, oh no, that was because of this.
That was
Like,
because of this,
but
right?
when it's
Like with the
I
tariffs.
mean, like they
The
make
tariff
these
thing blows my fucking mind, dude. How they're going back and
they
forth
make
between like
these
it's the art of the deal, right? Oh, like actually we're gonna bring back manufacturing. Oh, it's a negotiation. Oh, we're gonna bring back manufacturing. Oh, it's a negotiation. Oh, we're gonna bring back manufacturing. That shit is wild to me. So Mugen, to me, or not to me, it was the eggs in particular. The reason why eggs were so fucking expensive was that bird flu was like tearing through our chicken populations, and all of these chickens basically had to be culled in order to stop it from going through, and that's what led to egg prices getting super high, because all of these chickens had to be killed in order to stop the bird flu from like killing all of our chickens, and that's kind of where we were with that one. Last week I was an economist, but this week I'm a foreign relations expert. True.
In other words, it wouldn't matter whether it was Biden or Trump in office. Eggs still would have been high because not because of Biden, not because of Trump, because of the issue.
Absolutely, Mugen.
But
We should have gotten
what I
social
argued
distancing
was
chickens.
that so no, we make the chickens get the mini masks
Yeah, little
and get them.
masks. Little fucking chicken masks. Yeah. Bird flu vaccine for chickens. There you go. There you go. I can't talk about this. I can't start talking about that too much, or YouTube's going to be like, this is health information. Even though I'm just making a fucking
What?
joke.
About the mask?
Yeah, YouTube literally, like anything COVID related, YouTube's asshole just tightens like a
Lunches.
fucking. Nah, I'm stuck for a metaphor. I didn't have anything, but it just tightens really tight.
Mm-hmm. Uber butt clench.
Yes, absolute uber butt clench. Okay, so that was that thing. Oh yeah, so this is really interesting. So originally Ford was saying they were going to wait until June to raise their prices on their cars due to the tariffs.
Yeah.
But now they're even reconsidering and say they may have to raise prices as soon as May if the tariffs aren't pared back. So essentially what they're doing is they're saying we're not going to raise prices on existing inventory, obviously, because that wouldn't make sense. But, you know, we know that like these tariffs from Canada in particular are going to raise cost on parts that we import in order to manufacture cars here. And so Ford and other companies are going to have no choice but to raise their pricing. And I think Nissan is saying
not just parts, because it's the parts because they kind of they cross a few borders. They go for Canada for something, and then they cross over to Mexico for another thing, and then every time it crosses a border, it's like a tariff.
No, it's only when it crosses our border. So the tariff only happens when it comes here. Those other countries don't
Okay.
have tariffs on each other. Or maybe some of them
Okay.
do, but like
That
those
makes-
have been around for a while. They don't have new tariffs on each other.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's this, and
But
I
if
guess
it,
Nissan
but
is.
if, but if it comes from Canada into here, it's tariff. And then if we ship it back to Mexico, and then Mexico sends it back, it gets tariffed again, right? Is that
Wait, say that again?
okay? So let's say Canada sends parts here, and then we do whatever we want with those parts and send them to Mexico to do something else. Then it gets tariff when it comes from Canada, and then again when it comes back from Mexico, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to get tariffed when it's crossing our borders into them.
Our
or
borders.
back.
Okay.
Yeah. So if Mexico sends something to Canada, it's not going to get tariffed.
But if they sent it here and we send it to Canada and Canada
Yes.
sends it back,
Then there's going to
then
be
that
much
would be
tariffs.
tariffed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a tangent question for you, Jordan. What's your opinion on the shift in cybersecurity, including CVE losing government funding, being told to ignore Russia, and Krebs being targeted and forced to leave Sentinel-1? I'm gonna be honest with you, Mugen. Like, I haven't followed it super closely. Based on what you're saying right there, that seems really fucking retarded. But I'm gonna have to learn more about it before I give you like a more nuanced take. Feel free to like, drop links and shit in there if you want me to take a look at some stuff. But I don't know why we would possibly do that. That seems like a terrible idea. RIP North American nuclear spent waste pools. Russian state actors going to start going for them again. Be happy to join that conversation. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. If you want to jump in, let me give you, in the voice chat, let me give you perms for a voice chat.
And it's funny because like when people asked him, okay, why Russia didn't get any tariffs, there, Trump was like, oh, because these are war. But then he tariffed Ukraine.
I got it, bro. I got it, bro. It's auto-modding you, but I can see the message. You're fine. It's fucking annoying that I can't let it get the links. It's really fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yes, it does that. The links it'll give you an error for some reason. Okay, it'll say no, you can't.
You said that's so New Yorker, an era.
An error because
Wait, Mugen, where in New York are you originally from again? Because I know you grew up in New York, right? Grew up in Queens, high school in Brooklyn. And then you're from the Bronx, right, Candy?
see, he's Spider-Man and Captain America.
Right, that's true, bro. Spider-Man and Captain America. Did anyone see the peace negotiation for Russia and Ukraine table today? I think we knew that was coming, Hito. I think we knew that was coming. Because the demands that Russia's putting on, there's like no way Ukraine is going to agree to those. Yeah. So now they are criticizing Zelensky again, saying they're resisting calls to give Crimea to Russia. But they were never going to agree to giving Crimea to Russia. They've spent 11 years defending Crimea. Oh my god. Trump tweeted, nobody is asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired, he wrote on social media. Because they had a fucking Russian shill as president. What the fuck do you mean? Yep. What do you mean? What are you fucking talking about, dog? God. He has no idea. He has no clue.
No.
Ugh. Yeah, the waters, but exactly. Crimea has like huge strategic significance for Ukraine. It's super important. The reason the fact that he doesn't know that, what was his name, Yanukovych or something? What was that guy's name? Yanukovych, yeah. The fact that he didn't know that Yanukovych was the fucking president when that happened. To be clear, there were shots fired in Sevastopol. Several Ukrainian soldiers died, but they were overrun, outnumbered, and surrounded by Russians. Yeah, because they never really were putting like a serious force there to repel them, because Yanukovych was a fucking Putin shill. And by that time, if Russia's occupying the territory, they're going to have to invade then this area of territory that they now are like entrenched in, which like they're going to, you know, suffer a lot of casualties. It's a fucking dumb thing to say. Okay, let's read this. Krebs, who doubled as president of Pinnacle One. Oh, Chris Krebs has resigned as Sentinel-1's chief intelligence and public policy officer less than a week after the revocation of his security clearance in a presidential order to review CISA's conduct under his leadership. Krebs, who doubled as president of Pinnacle One, Sentinel-1's strategic advisory group, said the resignation is effective immediately. I want to be clear, this is my decision and mine alone, Krebs said in a goodbye note to Sentinel-1 staff. This is my fight, not the company's. For those who know me, you know I don't shy away from tough fights, but I also know this is one I need to take on fully. Outside of Sentinel-1, this will require my complete focus and energy. It's a fight for democracy, for freedom of speech, and for the rule of law. I'm prepared to give it everything I've got, Krebs added. Just like last week, President Donald Trump issued an executive order directing federal agencies to terminate any active security clearances held by Krebs and to suspend clearances held by individuals affiliated with entities associated with him, including Sentinel-1, pending a national interest review. The Trump memorandum also orders a comprehensive evaluation of CISA's activities over the past 6 years, including a probe into whether Krebs' leadership or agency actions violated federal employee conduct standards or involved the unauthorized dissemination of classified material. The White House memo also alleges that during his time in government, Krebs engaged in activities that it claims were inconsistent with the administration's policies on free speech and government neutrality. Krebs, who led CISA from its creation in 2018 until he was fired by Trump in November 2020, had publicly rejected claims of widespread fraud in the 2020 election, calling it the most secure in American history. And there it is. That's why. After his firing, Krebs was a founding partner in the Krebs-Stamos Group, which was later acquired by Sentinel-1. And as you mentioned before, the Ukrainian army was gutted under Yanukovych. Yep. Politics aside, this is asinine on so many levels. Yeah, I mean, like, it's you know, it's politics for feels. It's politics for the memes, the feels. It's ridiculous. 2 seconds, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to be right back.
You can't hold it?
No, I got a little bit of a headache. I'm just grabbing an Advil.
Aw. Still hungover from the other day? Okay, guys, so it's just me and you, so let's talk shit about Jordan. I mean, stop. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, guys. I've been, what, sweetie? Hito. I'm just joking. Um, did you guys hear about the guy,
I could
the
still hear
executive? Oh, shit.
you. I know you
I
were
don't
just
know what you're
kidding. I
talking
know.
about. You're just hearing things. I admit to nothing. Damn. I was about to ask the guys about the 60 Minutes, the executive.
I'm
quit.
gonna get to that. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's on my list.
Never
Okay.
mind. Okay. To-do list. I didn't know. Okay.
Yep. All right. Let's see.
Do
So
your
my next
thing.
thing
Do your
is-
thing. Muffin. Should I get muffin?
Yeah,
Blueberry.
so to me, Trump seems desperate for a scapegoat on the tariff situation, because of the economic stuff, and he was pressuring Powell, obviously, to
Banana nut.
lower interest rates to help him offset the issues with the tariffs, which would be temporary, but realistically not that long. He's using Jerome Powell as that scapegoat, it seems, and he's sort of trying to outline him as his tariff Fauci, so to speak. And of course, blaming Biden at every opportunity, even though it's his own tariffs that are throwing everything into chaos. He's demanding lower interest rates, health of the economy be
Sleepy
damned.
Joe.
He doesn't care, how it's being set up. He doesn't care. He just wants to do whatever's going to help him look good in the short term, even if the long-term health to the economy is damaged. I think he's probably particularly upset right now because they lowered interest rates 3 times under Biden, and his whole thing is all about I'm better than Biden. Biden sucked, but they lowered the interest rates 3 times under Biden, and they won't do it for him. Yeah. So Biden, who, while apparently senile, was still able to move economic markers back into where they needed to be to lead the Fed to cut rates due to improved outlook. Trump's economic uncertainty is what has led them to stop making cuts, and they have said that specifically. They have specifically cited the economic uncertainty brought on by the tariffs as to why they are halting making cuts. They were already planning them. They were planning to do them. If he had done nothing economically, they would have been doing interest rate cuts right now.
Nope.
So his actions have actually prevented the cuts that he wanted so badly. And now he's throwing a little hissy fit and talking shit about Jerome Powell because they're doing the responsible thing and waiting to see what actually happens as a result of these tariffs. So I think that's fucking insane. I'm glad he came out and at least confirmed that he's not going to fire Powell, but at this point, who fucking knows with him? Because, one day it's like we're doing the tariffs, next day we're pulling back the tariffs, one day we're doing the tariffs, next day we're pulling back the tariffs. We don't fucking know what's actually going to happen anymore when it comes to him. We have no clue. You just don't know. And so, you never know
but
what he's actually going to do.
He can't fire Powell though.
He can try. He's trying to fire a lot of people. We'll see what he can do.
He can't.
They'll probably reinstate him.
He can't do it. It's already been said. We can't fire him.
Presidents may not fire or demote the Fed chair. Yeah, but he can't fire a lot of people that he fired.
Okay, now you're living in my world.
No. Hang on. Don't get me wrong. I believe the courts will reverse it if he does it, right? But,
but that
what will happen,
also send
Powell getting fired will fuck up the market.
Yep, it would make shit even worse.
Yeah.
Because now
what he's trying to do is turn
Trump
up the heat to make him leave
a loyalist
on his own.
there.
Powell's not going to leave on his own. Powell's way too centered in order to do that. Economists have theorized that
but
Powell's
even if
fired,
a
there'll
year
be
from
mass
now,
sell-off of
Powell
bonds and the dollar will plummet, and it's already dropped quite a bit. It's dropped a lot, Hito. It's not good. It's absolutely unnecessary. Oh yeah, you guys are arguing amongst yourself. Okay.
Yeah, but even if let's say he removed Powell, right? Putting a loyalist there is going to make the market unstable because people are not going to trust what the Fed is saying. They can't trust it.
If he puts a Trump loyalist in there, that would be so damaging because nobody will trust that they're actually making the proper decisions. The thing about Powell is people trust him because he has made the right economic decision no matter who is in office, right? He has done what we need to do at the right time. If Trump appoints a loyalist, who fucking knows what he's going to be doing and why?
And he's worked under both Republican and Democratic presidents.
Yeah. I think his goal is that he wants to create so much market uncertainty and crashes with statements and plans that Powell would try to leave for the greater good to try to save the economy. Yeah, but the thing is, Powell knows that the greater good would be for him to stay, so I don't think he's going to bend to that, Daniel.
No, I don't think Powell's gonna quit.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think he knows he has. He seems like a person that has um a moral compass, and I think he will, for the greater good, he knows that it's not good for him to leave and just capitulate.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah. And it's good when people have, morals, ethics.
I don't think he will either, but Trump is literally that petty. True. True. So this was the ruling that I was talking about earlier. Two U.S. judges on Tuesday extended temporary blocks on some deportations of Venezuelan migrants, a signal that President Donald Trump's invocation of a 1798 law, historically used in wartime to speed up their removal from the United States, may not survive judicial review. Denver-based U.S. District Judge Charlotte Sweeney wrote in a ruling that Trump's administration must give Venezuelan migrants detained in Colorado 21 days in advance before any deportations under the Alien Enemies Act, and must inform them of their right to challenge their removal. So, this is really important. Now, this, because it's a Denver-based district judge, this is not a national precedent-setting thing. But this is likely to go to an appeals court where if they uphold this, this will be precedent-setting. They were trying to give people 24 hours notice to file habeas corpus claims, which is insane. Yeah. So I'm glad they did this. I hope it gets appealed, and I hope they uphold that, and that creates precedent. So, okay, that's where we are. That's where we are with that. So that was the little thing I was talking about earlier. We'll have to see where that goes. It's crazy they were trying to be like, oh yeah, we're following the Supreme Court, giving them notice of 24 fucking hours to file habeas corpus claims, which is ridiculous. 21 days is more realistic. And I don't understand this. Like, if they're going to get deported, if they're gang members, they're going to go through due process. They're going to be found to be gang members, and they're going to be deported. What are you hiding, dog? Why is it that you need to do it so fast? Why? Let them go through the fucking process and they'll get deported. And everyone will be okay with that. It's fucking wild to me that he feels the need, that he has to fast track this shit. Why? So he can make a show of it? So he can be like, look at what I'm doing? We're so much farther past that. Everybody knows you're trying to fucking deport people. Follow the fucking law. It doesn't matter that you're doing it quickly. You know, the only thing that I can see that he's doing this for is the idea that if he tries to do this the right way, it will mean that less people get deported because of how many people are here legally. They're going through the asylum process and they're not breaking the law. That's why I think he's trying to move people out quickly. It's fucking gross. This is America, goddammit. It's America. We have a fucking constitution here, and you gotta follow it, Donnie. You gotta follow it. Got a little worked up there. Okay. So, we've got some more flip-flopping on the China tariffs. It seemed like a few days ago he was softening on the China tariffs. And now the White House, like just a few hours ago, said, well, they're not going to unilaterally lower the tariffs. Probably because the left-wing news was all going, oh, Trump's blinking on the tariffs. And as soon as he saw that, he was like, no, I'm not. So, like, we kind of fumbled that one. We got to stop doing that, right? Because I feel like sometimes if we feel like he's going to do a thing that's good We should just let him do the thing that's good without making fun of him for it. Because when we make fun of him for it, he fucking doubles down on it, right? Hey, Casper, how you doing? What do you think? What do you guys think about that? Maybe, like, let him do the thing, and then once he's done the thing, maybe make fun of him for it then. But if we're hearing that he's thinking about it, and we're jumping the gun and making fun of him for it, he's just not going to do it, and that's just going to be worse for us all. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Think so.
What?
I don't think. I don't think. No, I don't think he thinks that way.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's like, oh, I'm gonna own the libs, and because they're saying this, I'm gonna go opposite. I don't think that's how Trump thinks.
Okay. Seems like it to me, but fair enough. Yeah, let him burn him down so you can make fun of the ashes. No, Cosmic, I'm saying like if he's saying he's going to pull back on the Chinese tariffs, right? Everybody's going, "Oh, Trump's being a pussy on the tariffs now. We told you he was going to back down on the tariffs." And then a few hours later they're responding, "We're not going to back down on the tariffs. We're not going to unilaterally back down on the tariffs." And I'm like, "He almost did it. That would have been a good thing." But because we are
Yeah,
giving
but
him shit,
we don't know that for sure either. Like, there
yeah,
was
but well, it was a rumor. Like nobody knew for sure, and everyone was reporting on like a
right.
rumor and an idea, right? Let them
Yeah,
say
but
what they're
every
gonna
time,
do first.
but this is the thing. He's listen. When there's a rumor saying that he's gonna go down, what happens? The market goes up when people think that the tariffs are gonna
Yeah,
get taken away. So
yeah,
that's a good thing
yes. So that's
for
what I'm
him.
saying. That's
So it doesn't
for
make sense for
him,
him
for
to go
all
back.
of us. What do you mean? The
I'm
market going up
saying
is good for people.
I understand, but I'm saying for him, if the market keeps crashing, it's not a good thing.
I
For
don't.
it to go up,
Okay,
it would
Candy.
be a good thing
I
for him.
hear you. My goal is not what's good right now with the way the market is. My goal is not what's the best for us to beat Trump. My thoughts are what's the best for people to be okay. I don't want there to be a recession because it means we're going to beat Trump, because people will die, Candy. I don't want a recession.
I know that.
Like
I know
I'm
that.
not so political that I'm going to sacrifice that shit just to get the wins on Trump. I want him to
I'm not
reverse
seeing
on
that.
this tariff shit. It's going to hurt all of us. Go ahead.
What?
What do you mean?
Anyways, no, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're saying that Trump sees that and it's the opposite, and that's not good for him. That's what I'm saying in general. Like, what he's going against his own best interest. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
It's bad for everyone, yes, but
if the rumor is that
mhm.
he's going to come back on the tariffs, right? Here's how I
See,
see it playing out. This is how it's like played out the last couple days and the last few times, right? The markets rise as a response. Everybody goes, "Ooh, see Trump, he's so
see,
weak. He's pulling back on the tariffs, blah 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 blah." And then a few hours later he goes, even if he's going to do it, he goes, "No, we're not pulling back on the tariffs," and the markets go down again, right? I say we wait for him to pull back on the tariffs, and then we fucking dogpile on him if we need to. So at least he does the good thing that we want him to do, and we don't just ruin that. You get what I'm saying?
oh no, I understand what you're saying. I don't know. I don't think he thinks like that though.
I think he
That's what I'm
does. I
saying.
think he's that petty.
Mhm.
I do. I think he's. I think he's. I think a lot of it is wrapped up in his ego. That's genuinely what I
Well,
think.
yeah, uh, yeah, I don't know. I
Okay.
think a lot of it comes from he has belief. Like people think the tariff thing is something new. This video of him in the 1980s, 1970s, talking about the same stuff he's talking about tariffs, how we get freaked over tariffs. So to us is new
True.
because we haven't been watching him that early in his career. But the whole tariff thing with him has been something that he's been obsessed with for
Yeah,
decades.
and Peter Navarro, which is hilarious. Do you guys know
Oh
the
my
the
God.
story? Do you guys know the story of how they ended up getting him to do the pause on the tariffs and like what that had to do?
Yes. Yes.
I'm asking chat though. I know you
Okay.
know.
I know.
I'll take a look at that in a second, Mugen. All right, so this was crazy. So Navarro is the guy in Trump's cabinet who's been whispering in his ear like, "Do your fucking tariffs, bro. Bro, you gotta do tariffs. You could be so fucking sweet." Right? And he's been like countering what all the other people in his cabinet have been saying the whole time. Success of the criticism is what is giving the market hope that cooler heads will prevail. Yes, but what I'm saying, Cosmic, is that by pushing him and doing the criticism before he makes the action, that's causing him to get hot-headed and not do the thing. You understand what I'm saying? Because what happened this time, and we'll see what happens over the next coming days, but what happened this time was all of these rumors started going around that he was going to pull back on the China tariffs by like 50% or something like that. And then everybody started clowning on him for it. And then a couple hours later, he goes, "No, Caroline Levitt comes out and is like, we're not pulling back on the tariffs." He said, "We're not pulling back on the tariffs." I'm saying if we jump the gun, he gets hot-headed, and then the cooler-headed thing doesn't work. I'm saying have a little patience, let it happen, and then give him the criticism. Do you get what I'm saying? So Navarro, right, was the one whispering in his ear to do all the tariffs and shit. And then what happened was like Navarro was off doing some shit one day. You want certainty the market needs to see his hot-headedness beaten down. Yeah, but it's not. It's what I'm saying is like when we, okay, Cosmic. The rumor is that he's going to pull back on the China tariffs. Here's where we are, right? Everyone's thinking he's going to pull back on the tariffs. We go a few hours of everybody shitting on him like, "Oh, see, he's going to pull back on the tariffs now. What a fucking dweeb, see? We told you he's so full of shit. He's blinking, blah, 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 blah," right? And then he says, "I'm not going to pull on the tariffs now." How is that his hot-headedness getting beaten down?
But
That's
okay,
encouraging his hot-headedness.
okay.
Let him
That's
pull back on the tariffs and then fucking jump on him is what I'm saying.
right. But that's assumption. And then also, his own people say, "Oh, the tariffs. That's the art of the deal. He's just doing it to pressure them." Blah blah blah.
Cosmic, the
So if
market doesn't do well with 145% tariffs either. And I feel like the tariffs are going to affect the market a lot more than the uncertainty right now. If he pulls back on the tariffs, think about how the market responded to the 90-day pause. Pulling back on the tariffs is going to be much better for the market right now than making fun of him to the point that he reverses on the idea of pulling back on the China tariffs, at least by like 50%.
it doesn't matter to me ultimately because according to his people, what he's doing is the art of the deal. The whole tariff thing is really just him
No, I mean like
dealing. That's
that's
how he
fucking
deals.
retarded. I agree,
So
that's
it
totally
doesn't.
retarded. But
Again,
I'm
that's
talking about
according.
I'm not talking about their stupid bullshit fucking rationalizations for it. I'm talking about the
Okay.
actual actions and their effect, right?
But they rationalize it. So what's the
That's
problem? If
well, the
your own
supporters
people is
aren't. Yeah, but the
rationalizing
supporters aren't
your
setting the
own,
policy. supporters aren't setting the
I
policy.
understand.
He's setting the policy. He's thinking exactly like how my grandmother was. Dementia was full blown. I'm literally thinking it's elder abuse. Yeah, when they were doing the fucking
Yeah, I
signing
agree,
of the
Casper.
when they were doing the signing of the executive orders, and they were like telling him what it was as they were signing it. That shit was
Mhm.
wild to me. That shit was wild to me.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyway, to just finish the story, when Navarro was off doing some other shit, Lutnick and Besant ran into the Oval Office when he was off doing shit and were like, dude, please give the 90-day pause. Please give the 90-day pause. And then he did. But because Navarro was out of the house. And it was funny because, like, they did an interview with Navarro and they were like, is this what happened? And Navarro was like, no, that's not what happened. But the White House was like, yeah, that's kind of what happened.
Mhm.
The market does not care for terrorists, but it also needs policy to be dictated by the moves of the market, no matter the temperament of the leader. Yeah, I agree. But Trump isn't moved, really, by the moves in the market, it doesn't seem. Trump seems to be moved more by, like, who's talking into his ear, right? Or, like, whatever whim is fucking with him in the moment. And he seems to lose his shit when he's being criticized by the public and the media. He seems to get really upset by that. That seems to set him off. So if we're doing that, preemptively about a move that he's going to take, it seems like it's putting him off doing the move. And I don't know. We'll see. He may end up doing it, right? Because with the 90-day pause, they were like, there's not going to be a 90-day pause. And then a day later, there was the 90-day pause. But that also had to do with Besant and Lutnick getting in there and convincing him to do it when Navarro was somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Trump has. I think he really is. There's something wrong with him. It's definitely showing. I mean, because he's always saying kind of like crazy stuff, so it's hard to tell. But I don't know. I see something that's not right there. Like more than usual, you know?
What do you mean? Sorry, I zoned out for like
With,
half a
with,
second.
oh, I'm saying with Trump, I'm saying like, yeah, he says a lot of crazy, and he's been saying stuff, but as of late, this like something more. Like he's really like he sounds like Casper was saying, like
Cosmic,
her
I
grandfather that has
I
yeah.
completely crazy levels of volatility. The market wants predictability. Okay, yeah. So does it want predictability at a higher level of tariffs or a lower level of tariffs? At this point, we're trying to bring the tariffs down. I'm thinking situationally here, okay? Not just generally. I'm thinking in this one particular situation where he was looking to it sounded like he was going to bring back the tariffs. His moods are going to affect it, period. That's the way he acts. And it's better for the economy if he brings down the tariffs. And if we're shooting ourselves in the foot when it comes to bringing down the tariffs, that's not good for the markets. The markets have been reacting very negatively to the tariffs. And they've been reacting very positively on the hopium that the tariffs will be paused or pared back. They've been reacting more positively to that hopium than to the reaction to the volatility. Like if he came out and reversed all of the tariffs tomorrow, that would not send the market down, that would send the market up, right? And we want
Correct.
to ensure that the market is not strained by those tariffs anymore. That seems to be the biggest factor on the market. And I agree, predictability is one of the most important things, but right now the unpredictability is completely tied to I don't understand the whims of a market will not be held hostage to the whims of an 8-year-old. Okay, but like again, if we're looking at how the market has reacted to this whole thing of an 80-year-old, that's the situation we're in though, Cosmic. That is, whether we like it or not, that's the situation we're in. And we have to contend with that situation. And right now, if he is going to pull back on the tariffs, that's going to be positive for the market. Letting him do that and then giving him shit about it, rather than jumping the gun and giving him shit about it super hard ahead of time and stopping him from paring back the tariffs, which is bad for the market. It's not coddling him. That's just being strategically intelligent about how you approach it, I think. The only way out of that situation is by breaking said 80-year-old man. That's fine. I'm just saying give him the shit after he does the pareback of the tariffs. Don't ruin the pareback of the tariffs by jumping the gun. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't give him shit at all. I'm just saying wait until he does the thing that's good for the economy first and then give him the shit. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, will not be strategically... I don't understand why we think that him not paring back the tariffs is better for the economy in this time. Uncertainty is as high as it's ever been. So I don't understand why doing that is adding more volatility to the market that's already historically volatile. We're already in the shit. Cosmic, do you want to come up? It's easier to chat live on this instead of back and forth in the chat if you want.
I get what Cosmic is saying, but I also think that you're assuming too much. I think you're assuming that he's changing his mind based on people, talking shit.
To scrub the uncertainty, he has to surrender to the market. I agree,
and that
but
might be the
I don't
case.
know if that's who he is. And I'm just trying to think strategically about what is the best chance for us to get him to do the right thing for the market. And I think with Trump, instigating him is not the best way. Wait until after he does the good thing for the market and then fucking dogpile him. All I'm saying is wait a second, right? When we hear the rumor that he's going to pull back on the market, everybody go, okay, please, fucking cross your fingers that he does it. And then when he does it, we go, great, you did it. You fucking moron, you shouldn't have done that shit in the fucking first place. That's all I'm saying. I just think it's strategically smarter that way. But I mean, whatever. Who knows? That's the thing. Who knows with him? Who knows? You can't predict his movements. VIX in the last month, volatility shoots up April 2nd when the tariff started and fluctuates the last few weeks. Yeah, I've been following that, actually. We're in the volatility shit. This is as volatile as it's ever been. We've been breaking trade volume records over and over again.
Daniel, he did supposedly, he said he had a cognitive test, but then when they asked him what was the cognitive test, was it the standard, man, woman, he couldn't even tell them what it was. He was like, oh, whatever it was, I passed it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's hard
completely hard
when
to predict.
Everybody around him is just allowing him to do what he wants and nobody's reeling him in. When you have to take Peter Navarro out of the room or wait for him to leave the room for you to try to interject, that's a problem,
And at this point, he's already off the reservation, right? Nobody knows what he's gonna fucking do. And if it seems like he's gonna do something that's good for the market, let him do the thing that's good for the market before dogpiling him and then potentially fucking over the thing he might have done for the market. It was the hardest test. Trump had the highest score.
Yes.
I'm sure. They also said he was in perfect physical health. A man who eats McDonald's all the fucking time.
And weighs 225 pounds.
Yeah, I'm skeptical. I don't know for sure, Sleepy, but I'm skeptical. His cognitive test was
Yeah,
personal
because
doctor
they
doing
put
the blood
pictures of him,
220 pounds.
and based on his height and the weight that they gave, and then they put other men that are like football players that are that same height and weight.
His
And they're like,
4%
this
body
is
fat. No way,
225 pounds.
Hito. No
This,
fucking way did
yes,
they say he had
yes,
4% body fat.
yes, yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Is that real?
Yes, he said. Well, he said that. This he did say that. Yes,
Is that real? I don't think that's real.
it is. They said, or he said that they told him he had like 4% body fat, and
He
it's
said that
like
specifically? Because I'm seeing like people fucking tweet that, but I don't think he said that.
he said that in it was in the Oval Office. They were asking him about it, I think.
240 pounds,
North Korea.
6 feet 3 inches. Let's see. No, it was some random dude on fucking X who tweeted that. Or a representative. Congressional representative. I don't know if there's other people who have confirmed that he was 4.8% body fat. That might be fake news. I don't know if I see the doctor saying that. He's a BMI of 28, which is considered overweight. So I don't know. I don't know about that. What the hell is the rest then? Maybe a comedian said it. Yeah, I think it seems to me like it might have been some bullshit online. I don't know. That seems crazy. That would be too crazy for a doctor to say that. That would be way too obvious. Who knew that Trump was cutting for a bodybuilding competition? Okay, moving on. This is fucking crazy. I don't know if you guys have been following this. Longtime head of CBS's 60 Minutes resigned Tuesday. I know you have, Candy, because we were talking about it earlier.
Different.
As the
The
network's
60
parent company
Minutes.
contemplates a settlement with President Trump over his lawsuit, focusing on an interview the show did with then Vice President Kamala Harris last fall, which is wild. Which is wild, because we've all seen that, like, not only is this normal for, you know, an interview like this to get cut up.
Right.
Like, as somebody who works and has worked in the film industry, this is super fucking normal, by the way. But they did that with Trump's own interview on 60 Minutes, like, back in 2016 or whatever. Like, this is such fucking retard bullshit. That they, I mean, it's just, it's clear excuse shit. And, you know, to just justify the fact that he was like, I'm not going to do 60 Minutes. Right? Because he knew he was going to get some tough questions.
Well, there's more to it than just that. The fact is that CBS is looking to do a merger with a parent company, with another company.
Yes,
And
no, I know.
they feel that Trump is
that.
going to interject. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So basically, they feel that Trump, in like insanely, which is like such a big corrupt fucking thing to do, is going to get in the way of a insanely corrupt thing to do is get in the way of the merger that they're doing because they're not giving favorable coverage to him, which, like, I can't even believe that that's the fucking situation. That we would be worried about a president getting in the way of a business decision because he's not getting coverage that he feels is favorable. And so they essentially tied the hands of the producer of the show to do things in a way that was, you know, to do things in a way that are more favorable to him. And he came out and he said, "No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to resign instead." 60 Minutes has always been a show that has given difficult interviews to people, that has never like played favorites in any of these things. And the fact that he's so blatantly finding ways to like interfere with this, that CBS was scared that he might come after them and stop their merger, and that they didn't stand up to him just to
That's
save this
really
merger.
what it is.
It's pretty
Yes.
fucked. Yeah.
But they're looking to make billions upon billions of dollars. So this merger. So it might be worth it for them to just capitulate, but that's insane to do. I don't know. You know, it's crazy for me to just roll over. I understand the merger is important and whatnot, but you're setting a standard that anyone can. You could,
Yeah, and then didn't they like end up releasing like the sections that they claimed were like
yes.
edited for
They
shit? They ended
they
up just
sent out
releasing it.
and the full transcript, because what happened
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
when
And they did.
when the promo for 60 Minutes, in the promo, Kamala was saying one thing,
Right.
and then when the actual episode aired, she was saying something different. But that's because it was both were part of the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
but it was edited into different segments. So
Yeah.
during the promo, they showed this part, but during the airing, so they showed the whole thing. They even showed the transcript of the whole thing, and it was all part of the same thing, except for the promo they used this part, and for the actual episode they used this part.
Yeah. It's just crazy. This is like super. This is super scary to see shit like this, right? Like, I've seen my parents work with countries that are like dictatorial, and like one of the first things they do is they go after the free media and they interfere with the free media. This is the kind of shit that really, really, really fucking scares me. More than a lot of other things. When they start fucking with what the media does.
Yeah.
We're in big, big, big trouble.
We are in big trouble, but we also a country that values money a lot, and
Yeah.
when money is at stake, because let me tell you
It's
something,
really bad.
and this also happened with Harvard, not Harvard, the other
Columbia.
college, Columbia. They capitulated, and they still didn't get their grant money. So again, CBS,
Capitalism is
CBS.
fine if you don't have a leader who's corrupt enough to interfere with free speech and freedom of the press to bring, to their own advantage. Because that's the way it's supposed to be.
They're seeing the short picture, because there's no guarantees that even after they capitulate, Trump may still interfere and prevent that merger from happening, just out of spite, because that's who he is. So they're seeing it, oh, we don't want him to, unless they have that shit in writing, guaranteed, they should not go into this thinking, oh, he's going to not interfere.
Yeah.
Because he can always still interfere after getting paid out, and then they lost the executive producer of 60 Minutes and their reputation over. I don't know if is it worth losing your reputation over money? Well, ask Elon Musk, right?
Say that again?
I s- is I said, is it worth losing your reputation over money? And then I said, well, ask Elon Musk.
He's losing his reputation over power, not over money.
Oh, both. It's a bit of both.
He's losing his money. Right?
He's losing his money, but he's also we're trying to remove restrictions and do other stuff and to get more
Yeah,
money. But
the Doge stuff.
it's
Yeah.
it's two things. I think it's money
Because
and
of human
power.
greed, the system enables this. Yeah, but it that's why you have to have smart regulation and people who actually follow the rules. Um, like capitalism works when you have everybody following the rules that make sure that people don't take advantage of the system. That's why we do mixed economies, right? That's what's important about it. If you have somebody who's just like, fuck it, I'm not going to do it, that's how dictatorships start. That's how authoritarianism is enabled. That's the big thing that's worrying right now. All the way up until now, we have had presidents who completely respected the rule of law, who respected the separation of the press from the presidency, no matter whether they liked it or not. Now we have a president who's finding ways to interject themselves in it.
I get it,
That's the
Mugen.
problem,
I get
not
it, but
capitalism itself.
I think the problem is, oh, greed, yes, but then where does
Because you get this shit
your
with like communism or
reputation
socialism too,
as
right?
a, because CBS is a big company, so losing your reputation, yeah, you might get the merger, but you lost your credibility, you lost your reputation. So at the end of the day, is it worth all that money to lose that your credibility? I don't know. I don't think it is, because you know people will start tuning off CBS if they feel like they sold out, and then they're gonna lose money eventually. So I don't know. It's not worth it.
Um, I mean, like, I don't know about. I feel like late stage capitalism is like the meme everybody says now. But I don't think so, man. I think it's like, it's more like, people just. We have somebody who doesn't care about following the norms, who doesn't care about preserving, like, a lack of corruption from the government down to the media. And, he's got an entire cult of personality that rather than pushing back against this is propping this up because they've been led to believe that all of these other things are working against them and making their lives difficult.
If
There are
it's,
ways
I
to
don't know what's
avoid all
on
of
your
this.
list to discuss, because you should post your
Yo, what's
list
up?
so
I
we
feel
could
so
see.
tired. Welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you.
I don't know what's on, but there's something else that I want to talk about, but not right now. God.
So an update on our North Carolina Supreme Court election thing that we've been following.
Yes.
An appeals court on Tuesday temporarily blocked the North Carolina election officials from beginning a massive ballot review period. So we're getting that blocked again. The Fourth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals 2-1 ruling stems from Jefferson Griffin's legal battle to overturn the loss, and it was a Republican and a Democrat voted in favor of pausing it. What do you mean there's no one in chat? There's a lot of people in chat.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's been going in chat. I feel so tired.
Yep. Mugen, Joe,
Or are you
Casper,
talking about like voice chat?
Ito. Oh, maybe.
Because we're in the stream voice chat.
Correct.
Oh,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
wanted to
Well,
jump in the voice chat, just jump in the stream waiting room and I'll bring you in when I'm ready to open it up to bigger stuff. Because I'm kind of going through things right now. But if you jump in the stream waiting room, here, I'll move you over to the right one. So chill in the stream rating room, and then kind of when I finish going through this, I'll bring you up for a little bit, and then we're going to start watching a loner box debate in a little bit as well. Tariff was still alive despite Jordan Peter Gups empanadas. Wow. Jordan Peter Gups. There we go. So yeah, that was a bipartisan ruling, which I think is pretty cool. Pretty good. So hopefully that continues. The Supreme Court will uphold
been months. Yeah.
Yeah, but what do you want? These things take a while. I know this is crazy, but Can we all agree Tesla puts? Yes. Yes, we can, Mugen. Okay. This is a big deal. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. So DeSantis is going through like a base Curb Your Enthusiasm reference. Thank you, Hito. I've said this so many times on stream, and nobody until now has recognized that it was Curb Your Enthusiasm. So I thank you. I thank you, sir, for getting the reference. You're the first one. Okay. Ron DeSantis under fire. 10 million Medicaid settlement diverted to charity linked to First Lady Casey. This is very, very interesting. Very interesting, I'm telling you. Absolutely. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis facing backlash after $10 million from a Medicaid fraud settlement was routed to a charity linked to First Lady Casey DeSantis. Critics allege the money tied to a Centene overbilling case was politically misused. The scandal raises legal and ethical concerns ahead of the 2026 election. Oh God. Oh my God. This website is fucking cancer, dog. Holy shit.
How many? Do you think Ron DeSantis will get another term as governor?
Ron DeSantis. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think he'll get another term?
Probably. Oh, nice. Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm thing. Yeah, probably. I mean, like, I don't see him
with the book bans. With
I want him to lose, but like Florida seems to really like him, so like I don't know, dude. I don't know. I really, really don't know. Tesla capital of the world. Where are you now, Mugen? Are you still in LA? Or is that San Francisco? Or in Austin? Irvine. You're in Irvine. Okay. Yeah, Nick Starman's here. He's been here chilling, I guess. He hasn't been super active in chat the whole time, but he's been around. He did make it over. We're happy to have him.
He did.
Very happy to have him. So happy. It's wonderful having him here. $10 million from a 2022 Medicaid fraud settlement was redirected to a charity associated with his wife, First Lady Casey DeSantis, instead of being returned to taxpayers as mandated. Yikes. The money was part of a $67 million settlement the state reached with the Centene Corporation, Florida's largest Medicaid contractor, which had overbilled the state and federal government for prescription drugs. Think about that. This should have gone back to taxpayers, and it went to her charity instead. It's so thick. How is it? How is it, Nick? It looked like it was amazing. It looked like it was basically a remake, not even a remaster at this point. So yeah, this is fucked. It's fuckarood.
But it was DeSantis asked for the refund to be diverted. She had nothing to do with it. He asked for it to be diverted to her charity, as opposed to back to the state.
Correct.
So that's how she's involved. I think it's important to clear. At this point, there is no one saying she did any wrongdoing. It was her charity that her husband used to basically launder the money through. It hasn't been said whether she knew about it or she didn't know about it.
Right.
I just want to make it clear.
Yeah. That's awesome, Nick. Yeah, it looked really dope. I'm probably going to pick it up myself. I have Game Pass, so I might as well, right? But I'm finishing up with Assassin's Creed Shadows right now, so. Yeah, she has, Hito. And, you know, I was talking to Nuclear, and Nuclear wanted me to do Factorio next, but I think I'm going to hold off on Factorio for a bit since Schedule 1 is in right now. I think I'm going to play Schedule 1 next, and then I'll play Factorio. Because Factorio is always in, right? But Schedule 1 is kind of hot right now. Yeah, so that's the Ronda DeSantis shit that's going on right now. Agreed, Hito. Agreed. We anti-Jistical, right? I don't know how I feel. I haven't watched enough Jistical to really have... I will stream it, totally. I'm going to stream Schedule 1 for sure. And Factorio as well. So I was talking about what I want to do on stream. We anti-Jistical, right? I don't really have like an opinion on Jistical, to be totally honest with you. I haven't watched enough of them. I automated my meth production, Schedule 1, 13K of product today. Just got to keep the shelf stocked. Damn. Yeah, look at that. Okay, we got support, guys. All right, it's official. After Dave the Diver, we are doing Schedule 1 for sure.
Yeah, I watched Destiny by Factorio. I don't know.
I've seen Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Find it interesting at all.
Development with character story. Yeah, I haven't been playing as much for the story. I mean, it's okay, but the gameplay is really, really good. I'm really enjoying the gameplay a lot. I like having the... I like how they kind of fixed the criticisms of... 28th, let me know if you'd like to fly. I'm going to be honest with you, man. My potato-ass PC just can't handle Star Citizen, bud. I've tried. It just can't handle it very well.
Papa.
Yeah. Eventually I will, once you guys fucking blow me up and I'm making enough money from streaming, I will buy a new PC and I will play Star Citizen with you. But I actually already have Star Citizen, bud. I bought it, so I can play it. I just doesn't really go on my PC very much. Papa, exactly.
Papa.
Mm-hmm.
Mira, ¿ya terminaste
Rare
con la
charm.
noticia?
¿Qué cosa?
Did you finish with the news, or you still got stuff to
no,
go?
we got a couple more things. Okay, student loans being garnished. They're restarting the garnishing of student loans that have been defaulted. Look. If you're defaulted on your student loans, if you're defaulted on a loan, having your wages garnished is something that can happen, right? And I understand that. But now is not the fucking time to do that. That is not the fucking time to do that. With all the economic uncertainty, with the potential of a recession on the horizon, right? And consumer confidence at an all-time low, this seems like the worst time to be like, yeah, we're going to start garnishing wages. I do not understand who told them this was a good idea. This just feels like retribution, not smart economic policy. I don't understand the thinking behind this. This is just pandering to the base. So I think it's a dumb decision. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think.
Yeah, and then the thing is like, I don't know. There's a certain amount, also, I think, of cruelty. Okay, so like what I'm saying, when Caroline Levitt announced that they were going to do like the garnish, the default payments for
over here, Nick,
stuff,
it's 8:20 just about.
She was like, "This stops now!" Like, wow, like seriously, lady, like what the hell?
She's
I think this is, you don't have to say it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just so inconsiderate and so cruel to me.
Hard disagree on which thing, Sleepy.
Hard disagree on what?
I don't know if
On
he's
her,
talking
how
about the
she's
student
pussy?
loans or on me saying that she's a bit of a piece of work.
She's more than a piece of work. But she's not my
She's good
most
at her job,
disliked
I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You're really fucking good at her job.
Um, do you have a most disliked right person on the woman on the right?
Student loans.
Oh,
So,
student loan.
so why do you think that would be economically advantageous for us right now with, you know, the situation regarding economic uncertainty, low consumer confidence, people not spending a lot of money, things about to get more expensive? I feel like all of these things make it a really bad time to do student loans for something that's not going to bring in a lot of revenue for the government.
It's not.
I think we should be holding off until the economy is much more stable. Sean Spicer, Sarah Huckabee Sanders could never spin at the speed that Levitt does. I know, she's fucking pro. I love to garnish wages. I find a sprig of mint or cilantro is perfect to make it pop. There it is. There's the dad joke. There it is. We had to get one good one in. We had to get at least one.
Fine. A what?
Daniel made a good dad joke in
Oh,
there.
God.
About time. Hey.
About really? Yeah, amid you're right. I agree that because amid people losing their jobs and the economy being so uncertain and
It just seems like
yeah,
not a
it
great
is
time to do it to me.
to do it, all right. Not that not to
Eventually
do
you're
it,
gonna
but
have to do it, right? Because if you're defaulted on your loans, like, you're gonna have to do it eventually, right? But like, we should wait until a time where it's like more stable and it's not gonna cause a lot of people to go under. I think it's
no,
about
it
responsibility.
doesn't really.
No,
The
no, but like
it doesn't.
it's not really gonna help the economy because it doesn't bring in that much money, and
It doesn't.
um, I don't think, because we're talking about, it's not even everybody who's on student loans. It's just people who are defaulted on their student loans.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think to me, the responsible thing to do is the smart thing for the economy, and the economy is buoyed by consumer spending, and consumer spending is already at a big, big, big low. If you want to do what's right for the economy, if you want to do the responsible thing, you do what's going to be good for consumer spending right now at a time where we have all of this uncertainty regarding tariffs. I just don't think it's a really smart thing to do. I mean, yeah, we all want people to be super responsible, right? And all of that. But like, at some point, like, again, you have to be like economically strategic, and I just don't think it's a smart time to do this. Eventually, yeah, obviously you do that, right? You should eventually. That's the way it's been for years and years and years. You garnish wages for people who are defaulted on their student loans, and like, I'm fine with that as like a general principle. But I think, right now, you just have to be economically strategic, and just wait until the right time when we're more economically stable, and like I said, our consumer confidence is much higher, because people already don't want to spend. And if we're going to be doing these tariffs, if we're going to be doing all these things that make it less likely for people to spend, and then we're adding another layer of things that are making it less likely for people to spend, we're just
Not
Hito,
not to mention
1.6
all the people
trillion.
that got fired recently that may not be able to pay these,
Yeah.
or people that are going to get fired because
Well, people who are defaulting on their student loans are not usually going to be like federal government workers, but it's like 1.6 trillion. So Hito, that's all of student loan debt. That's not defaulted student loan debt. So let me take a look at how much defaulted student loan debt is. So it's about $80 billion of student loan debt that's currently in default. if we're comparing that to 1.6 trillion, I mean, that's not like a huge portion of student loan debt. It's not a huge, and that's like the entirety of the debt, right? They're going to have to start making payments, which doesn't mean we're going to be getting in $80 billion. It means we're going to be getting a small fraction of that in like every month, right? So I just don't think right now it's the smartest move. I agree with you, Sleepy, that eventually, yeah, we need to start doing that again, right? We can't just leave people defaulted on their student loans forever. I just don't think right now is the most advantageous time to do it.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my god,
and
dude,
then
the
other
Luigi
people are
shit is
gonna lose.
fucking crazy. I feel so tired. I hate that shit.
The people are already lost a lot of jobs, and more people are due to lose their jobs because of the tariffs. They're letting go people too. People are losing their jobs because of
Yeah.
it. So I don't know. It's not a good time. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I just don't think now is the time. Eventually
Right.
there will be the time. But I just don't think now is the time. That's all.
¿Qué más quiere hablar?
And then I guess like the last thing was like Trump pushing back on the Supreme Court ruling, which like fuck off, dude. They already ruled. You're not going to get them to change their mind. But he says we don't have time to give everyone a trial, which is a total lie. Of course you have the time to give it a trial, right? But even if it wasn't a lie, it doesn't fucking matter. The law is the law. The Constitution is the Constitution. If you feel like you don't have enough time, tough motherfucking titties, bro. You gotta follow the law. I do not give a shit if you feel like you don't have enough time. Follow the fucking law or get the fuck out. Or let your officials get thrown in jail for contempt, right? Like, that's how it works. What's up, Joe?
What's up? I agree. Follow the law. If you're
Yeah.
delinquent, then you're going to get your wages garnished.
Well, the law right now says that we are not garnishing wages. So they would be repealing that.
Well, I'm saying whatever the law is, we should follow that. So if you're
Yeah.
arguing that we shouldn't have that law, then it becomes
No,
law,
I
agree
mean,
with the
well,
law.
let me
No,
say
no,
this.
no, that's not what he's
let me
arguing.
let me say this, Joe. If they
Yep.
sign the executive order and they do garnish the wages, then garnish the wages because that's what they're supposed to do, right? Obviously, I'm not saying like find a way to get around that. There's not even a way to get around that, right? My issue is I'm just saying like I think it's right now. Like if all of this tariff shit hadn't been happening, I would probably be like, okay, I guess right now you could probably garnish wages. But because of all this tariff stuff and the economic uncertainty and low consumer confidence, it just doesn't seem like a time that we should be encouraging people to spend less even more than we're already looking at right now. It just doesn't seem
But how
like
much is
smart
this?
economic policy.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the total of student loan debt that's in default is about $80 billion, which out of the 1.6 trillion total that's in student loan debt. So it's already a tiny fraction. And, you know, it's not like the whole $80 billion is going to be coming in at once. It's going to be coming in like tiny little bits month to month. So I just don't see the benefits of this right now outweighing the drawbacks.
Well, I think it's more, first off, we have to, like, how is this actually affecting anything tangibly? I think that's my first question. But more importantly, I think the administration, Trump, obviously, he does things to send a message, and the message obviously being to be responsible.
So
Which I
that
think is much
$80
more
billion
important
actually accounts for about 5 million people. That means those 5 million people are going to have no choice but to put less money back into an economy that already has low consumer confidence, that's going to go through lower spending at a time where it seems important for us to try to keep as much consumer spending as possible. I just don't think
just like other loans, like car loans. Are those not a thing that we should deal with?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So we should have car loans right now during the tariffs and everything you're saying.
Yeah, but the car loans weren't already paused. That's all. That's the only difference. If they had been paused, I'd probably be saying the same thing. Although car loans comprise a much, much, much larger portion of the economy, right? But if
So
they
if
were
we
already
pause those, it'll make
paused,
the economy even bigger. It'd be better. That's what my comment was.
well, there's a couple things about it, right? Yo, Scarecrow, what a fucking beast! Thank you for the gifted sub, buddy. I love you. So I think my thing is, if they were already paused, I'd be having more of like a discussion with you kind of about that. The only thing I'm saying is like these are already paused. Our economy is already dealing with those being paused. It wouldn't bring that much money in from it, and we're already in a situation where consumer confidence is low. I just think the positive impact of garnishing the wages right now is really small, and the negative impact of having 5 million people put less into the economy is bigger. So it's literally just a dollars and cents weight. It's not at all like I agree with you on the responsibility thing, like 100%, right? Like I'm with you 100% on that. I'm just thinking dollars and cents. What's the smartest thing for our current economic situation?
You said 5 million people?
5 million people, yeah.
Yeah. I just think that it's a long-term situation that we're looking at is stop people from defaulting on their loans. And it sends a bigger message on a long-term basis.
Well, but
than
I
a
mean,
short-term.
eventually we're going to start garnishing the wages, whether it's under Trump or it's under someone else, or even later in Trump's presidency, right? Like,
But this sends a message. That's why we're talking about it right now.
yeah, but it's just like
Yeah.
my issue is like, oh, Scarecrow, another gifted sub, you fucking beast. Thank you, buddy. Love you. But like right now is like I don't feel like sending the message right now feels like, you know, shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit is kind of what I'm saying. It's like
But
if go ahead.
Good. No, finish what you're going to say.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's yeah, of course you send the message, right? But like to what end? Like again, we're pulling more potential money through the economy right now that people could be spending because like student loans are going to reduce their incentive to spend money in the economy, and student loans for the most part are just going to go into like, you know, the Department of Education or whoever loaned them the loans or whoever it goes under, you know, after the Department of Education loans are moved to somewhere else or what have you. And that's like a really, really small amount of money. It's not going to really help with our debt. It's not really going to help with our deficit very much. And that money's not going to go back into the economy. I don't really see much upside to doing it right now. That's all. I think maybe like if, you know, the economy looks more stable in a year or a couple years, go for it, right? I just think right now with all of the uncertainty, the timing seems not very good to me.
Yeah, I think this is probably just going circles. I think.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, for sure. I think that when you're saying we're shooting ourselves in the foot, I think.
I mean, that's a bit of a.
No, exactly.
It's a bit of an exaggeration for sure.
Yeah, barely a scratch.
Yeah,
it's not even a paper cut.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, for anybody, right? But you know, for those 5 million people at a time where things are going to get more expensive, it could be a big deal.
Oh, but that was their decision not to pay the loan.
I agree. We shouldn't be letting people default on loans, right? 100% on personal responsibility, right? But we also don't want people to like fucking starve or whatever, right?
Well, I think they're going to starve in America with the amount of welfare we have. It's like, who's starving?
That's SNAP too. Well, we'll see, right? We don't know what's going to happen with the budget. They might cut SNAP. We have no idea. I mean, I do think it is kind of a bit malicious timing.
I'm sorry. I feel so tired about something.
Yeah. I mean, I do kind of agree, but at the same time, like, you know, that's not really... I don't like to bring the emotional side of things into my points of view, especially when I'm talking with somebody like Joe, because, you know, I'm trying to make like a convincing argument, and you know, from that perspective, I don't think it's as convincing of it.
I like talking with you because like a lot of times you don't necessarily change my mind totally.
Another gifted sub, Scarecrow. God, you're fucking beast. Thank you, buddy. Love you so much. Go ahead.
You make me think of it. Like as I'm discussing this with you, I'm thinking about it and just seeing. I'm testing my own belief system. That's why I like talking to you.
That's why I like having people who disagree with me here, right? Because otherwise, how am I going to know that I'm not in a fucking echo chamber, right? So yeah, of course, always, buddy. And I'm happy to agree
Yeah.
to disagree with you on this because I 100% understand where you're coming from on personal responsibility. I agree with that, right? Like for me, like I've said, it's just a matter of timing for me, right? Timing makes sense. Yeah, I feel so tired is kind of saying the same thing I am, which is like the timing is not.
It seems intentional. Yeah.
Last night with the cousins, we've been going a little extra hard the past 3 days. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of my thoughts on it right now. We'll see. As everything that the administration is doing right now, it's going to be challenged. But I don't think. I mean, this isn't the sort of thing that I think they're going to be able to reverse.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
They're not. It's fine. I mean, it is what it is. They got to pay their loans. I mean, it's done. It's done. It's just
Yeah,
we just
that's
saying
another
the
interesting thing,
timing is
Cosmic.
unfortunate, but it is what it is.
I agree,
Something can be done
Cosmic.
about it.
It is interesting, like that student loans are like they're like, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're like the only kind of loan that you can't declare bankruptcy on, right?
No.
Because they're from the government or something like that, and that is really interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think every prisoner should have the same rights taken away from one rich person.
Oh, they're talking about
Oh, okay.
Luigi Mangione.
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to that conversation. Fuck Luigi.
That's about Luigi.
That's my thought. Fuck that guy.
Based.
Yeah. Fuck that dude. He fucked. Listen, he set us back. I feel like on universal healthcare, but whatever.
He did.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm not a fan. And plus, the way the tankies have been talking about him like pisses me off to no end.
Yeah.
Yeah. People didn't default.
Yeah,
Banks
it's
wouldn't make
disgusting.
any interest. Interesting. Maybe we should just bail out the students like we did for the banks. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, but the
AJ.
interest. I don't think the
think that's
interest
gonna
that you
happen.
pay on those are so very small.
Oh.
But I think student.
Connected. Hang on. My headphone's disconnected, guys. Hang on. I don't know why the hell that happened. Uh-oh. Hang on 1 second. I can't hear anything, guys. Just give me a second. God, potato PC. Hurry up. Oh, she's taking her time, boys. She's taking her time. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Hang on. Give me a sec. We lost like our whole audio situation here. Give me a second. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was
Okay, cool.
a
Everybody
level of
can,
sarcasm there,
everybody in
AJ.
chat, is the audio coming through well now again? Yeah, you can hear my mic, but the audio from the computer and I couldn't hear as well. Is everything coming through for you guys in chat well, or is it shitty sounding, or is it good?
Yes, I could hear you.
Everything's clear? Okay, cool. That was fucking weird. Okay, sorry. Where are we? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The student loans, but I think we finished that topic.
All right, cool. Well, I think that's it for news for today.
I have one thing I want to talk about.
What's up?
More conspiracies, guaranteed.
Like, don't start with me.
Oh, say sorry to Candy. Damn it,
I'm
Joe. You
sorry.
hurt her feelings.
Lo siento.
Oh, he speaks Spanish too. It's so
That's the only word I
sweet.
really know. Amigo.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my God.
All right, go ahead,
I'm
Candy.
blushing.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Candy.
The Nancy Mace video of the guy that she said attacked her in the makeup aisle. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I did see a little bit of that. That is some fucking slop, dog. That
It
is some
is.
slop.
So
I
this
guess I'll play a
guy,
little
one
bit.
of her constituents, asked her when she's gonna have a town hall,
Yeah,
and
she was
said
like, I voted for gay marriage, okay?
marriage,
And he
and
was
then
like,
she
bro,
said
what
fuck.
the fuck?
And she said fuck you to him too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was like, and then she posted it like it's a win.
Yeah,
like,
she posted it like it was a win for her. Like, what?
I'm like, oh, did she really just do that? That was crazy.
Does anyone just have the video by itself?
What do you think,
I don't
Joe?
I don't want any of the fucking reporting from somebody. Daniel, are you there? Can you find the fucking video for? Why did Tim Pool show up to the White
Nancy
House in a
Mace.
beanie and a hoodie on an 80-degree day after bashing
It
Zelensky for
should
not
be. I
wearing
think
a
she
suit
posted it on
to the White
X.
House, and Levitt dismissed him like a child? Wait, she dismissed him? Like, what do you mean? Like she sent him away, or she talked down to him? Whoa, whoa, whoa! I feel so tired. Whoa, whoa! What are we going after the bald people for? What is this? He was deemed a flight risk. He fled New York till he was found in Pennsylvania. Oh, he's talking about Luigi. I'm not comparing you to Tim Pool, dude. I know, but I'm bald too, man. Come on. There's a suck-up question, and she was like, okay, next. Did she really? Oh, I need that too. All right, guys.
Yeah,
Daniel.
I didn't.
Yes, thank you, Scarecrow. I'm with you. Daniel, I need you to get 2 videos for me. I need you to get the Nancy Mace video by itself without any bullshit controversy, like commentary of her getting confronted by the dude in the supermarket. And then I need this clip of Caroline Levitt basically fucking ignoring.
The Nancy Mace should be on her X because that's what she posted it. She posted it herself on
She
the.
posted it on
X.
her own X.
Yes.
You mean she posted it on her Twitter? You mean? I still have a full head of hair. Wonderful. Bully for you, Daniel. I'm so happy for you. Nancy May Supermarket, yeah. Let's go, Scarecrow. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Bald is better?
Listen, hair is overrated, okay?
Is it?
Yeah. Unless it's on your face, and then it's based.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
I don't judge either way. Either way.
I stopped being scrupulous on how indicted rich people got treated after OJ. Fair.
That's
I'm bald
true.
by choice since I was 16. Nice. I'm bald by choice because if I didn't do it by choice, I wouldn't have had a choice. She was going, boys. She was going.
Yeah, I think if Jordan had a choice, he would have like a Greek god.
I used to have really long hair.
Long Greek blonde waves going down. Maybe red, because your beard is kind of your beard is kind of reddish, right?
Yeah. It's the
Okay,
red
so
Jubian.
you would have like red, wavy, godlike hair if
Yeah.
it was up to Jordan.
Yeah. It's a thing.
Oh,
It's a thing. All right, so we're gonna watch this Nancy Mace thing. We're gonna see this Caroline
okay.
Levitt thing, and then we're gonna start the loner box debate. That's gonna be fun. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. How old
I
is
think
it?
I'm
I'm
gonna
looking
skip
up her
that.
Twitter feed. It's like
Yeah.
really new, Daniel.
It's really new. Let me. Maybe we should Google like Nancy Mace. Um,
In the meantime, since Scarecrow is here, I know there's somebody he wants to see. Somebody he wants to say hi
May.
to. You come here. Come over here. You come and say hi to everybody. Make your appearance. Come on. Yeah. Come on. That's a girl. Here she is. Hello. How are you doing? You sleepy? You having a good sleep over there? Yes, she is. Oh, yeah. It's an interview on Hannity in her page with it. Wait, how is it an interview? She was in a fucking supermarket.
Nancy Mace of South Carolina.
No.
You hear that? You're getting compliments. You're getting compliments. Give me your paw. That's a paw.
Oh, it's on Instagram.
Gone to a dozen.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you the link.
Okay. And
Hopefully
then,
it'll
Daniel, see if
post.
you can find Caroline Levitt just being like super dismissive of Tim Pool as well, because that sounds like fun.
There it is.
There we go.
Instagram reel.
So why don't you get auto-modded? I don't understand. I don't understand the consistency and inconsistency of people
I don't
getting
know.
auto-modded for
I
putting fucking
sometimes,
clips. Go ahead, Mika.
but I do
I gotta sit back
sometimes.
down
Sometimes
again.
I
Come on.
post
Come on.
links.
Come on. I know, Scarecrow. I love her so much too. She's amazing. You're amazing. But I need you to get out of my chair. I love you very much. I need you to get out of my chair.
You got her addicted to the attention.
Oh my God! Did you see that? Oh, that was so cute. Oh.
You got her addicted to the attention. That's all it is.
I love you. I love you very much. You're my baby. Okay, go though. Go. Get out of here. Just go right over there. Come on. Go ahead. I got the chair. You won't fall anywhere. Go ahead. Mika, go. That's a girl. Okay, thank you.
She got the attention.
She
That's
loves
what
her
she
attention.
wants.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, for our newbies here, Mika is sort of like the stream mascot. She's our girl. She had her 3rd birthday on stream. She ate a cake. It was very cute. She was wearing that little hat. Okay. Daniel, what you got for me? Okay, it's not clean. I think Candy found the clean one.
I do them every year.
Every year.
You want to keep
Are you
going?
gonna do any more this
Do you want
year?
to keep going and
Are you
keep
gonna do it?
harassing me?
I'm asking
You
Oh,
could
this
have
is her
gone
review.
to a
This
dozen
year.
town halls last
I
year.
asked if you're doing any more this year. It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a
I've already done one. I'll do plenty
Pet
more.
Doggo should be an obvious channel.
You're always
partner.
invited.
You're 100% right.
And by the way,
Actual invitation.
I voted for gay marriage twice.
What does that have to do
So
with me?
I'm just
It doesn't
saying,
have to
it
do with
has
anything.
everything to do with
Do you
you.
think everything about me has to do with gay
I
marriage?
do.
But read the
Absolutely.
caption that she
I
wrote
do.
too.
There's no
Absolutely.
other human.
That's
Read the
the fucking
caption.
crazy fucking thing, by the way. He said, "Do you think everything that has to do with everything about me has to do with gay marriage?" And she said, "I do."
Yeah, but look, read the caption. She's wrote, "Some unhinged lunatic, a man wearing Daisy Dukes at a makeup store, got in my face."
Oh my God, that's gross. That's gross. Let me go ahead and add that channel reward, Sleepy, because you are 100% fucking right. That should absolutely be a channel reward. Hang on.
Yeah, I think what the Mika gets treats.
I don't have treats to give her right now, so we'll put that
Okay.
at like 100, right? That's not a lot.
Okay.
There we go. Look at that.
You know, pretty soon you're not gonna have a stream.
I'm what?
Everybody's gonna be spending their points petting and feeding.
Yeah, it's just gonna be Mika the whole time, and it'll just be like, dude, get the fuck off the screen. We want to see the dog. Fuck you.
If you want to get in my
Conversation
face
you can
about
have
town
me.
halls, you should have shown up
There's
to
no
one
other
last
humane
year.
thing you can talk about me just saying, oh, I support gay marriage.
Yeah,
That's the
because
only
you're
thing
getting
you
in
have
my
to
face
say.
about a town hall. You
Oh, I
could have
was
gone
asking one
last year.
simple question from right
Would you
over
like
here
me?
is if you have any plans to have more town halls this year.
I have town
That was
halls
one
every year.
question.
I have over a dozen
Okay.
every year.
Great, that was my entire question. You didn't have to go
Yeah,
into the spiel about
you
everything
could
else
have.
you
You
wanted
could
to.
have come to any of them last year.
Okay. And I'm
I had
asking
over a
about this year, not
dozen.
2024. But
Where
for
were you the year
right?
before that,
Okay.
or the year before that?
It was a simple
Oh,
question. I
because
asked
you know
if
what?
have
Because you
any more that
people
you're
on the
going to
left
this
are
year or not.
crazy.
So I'm
You're
on the left.
absolutely fucking crazy.
I'm absolutely fucking
You are,
crazy.
and get out of my face.
You're insane.
Goodbye.
You're insane.
Fuck you.
You're gonna fuck me. You're
Yep.
gonna be voted
Bye.
out so fast this year. I
I'm
can't
not.
wait for you to fucking
I'm not.
Wait,
I won by
what?
so much.
You're a disgrace to this state. That's what you are. You're a disgrace.
I'm gonna have
Ask you a simple
racial
question,
slurs in
and
my
you just go on
voice
tirade
chat.
and
What are
tell
you?
me fuck
Oh,
Yeah,
you
fuck
giving
you.
her shit
Get out of my face.
because she said
Get
the
out of my
N-word
face.
last time? I feel so tired calling you out.
Try it again. What's your name?
Nasty bitch.
What's your name?
Ooh.
What's your name?
Say fuck me.
Yep, I sure
The first thing
did.
you're gonna say to me is fuck me for asking you
Absolutely.
a
Get the
question?
fuck out of my face.
Fuck you.
Now.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. You couldn't take me on, baby. Stay the fuck away from me. I do.
This is the woman who's scared of what's in people's pants. All right, what do we got? That's Nancy Mace. RT DeSantis and his wife fraudulent. Oh yeah, Scarecrow, you missed it. We actually already went over that, good bud. We covered that one, good buddy. What do we got? Topics for stream. Okay, cool. There it is. Yep.
All right, let's get to it. We have a individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions show, and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often
Identity
engaging with a diverse
politics.
range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a
Love it.
local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So, Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes, many of the news
Fucking
organizations
take us off,
that are
Tim.
represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by two different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy, and you rightfully pointed out the Maryland Man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong, and we have seen more and more evidence arguments come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland. This was and always has been an illegal criminal, an MS-13 gang member, and a designated foreign terrorist. And the administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community. So thank you for being here, Tim. It's great to see you. Thank you.
I don't know. I didn't feel super dismissive.
Yeah, she didn't dismiss him. She addressed him.
She answered it.
I don't know.
But then she moved on. True.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
of course she's gonna move on. She's not gonna be all day like talk.
I know, he's wearing a fucking beanie and whatever the whole time where he's like, oh my god, Zelensky, what you wear a suit?
Yeah, but that's not the Oval Office. But still, the
That's
beanie
true.
is kind of cringe. It is kind of. I mean,
All right, here we
what's
go.
under that beanie? Does he even? Is he bald?
What's under that beanie? No one knows.
Is he bald?
No one knows. Why
It's
are
so
we
weird.
fucking-
Like, imagine having a video where you follow like Tim Pool and like he showers with the beanie, he sleeps with the beanie, he has sex with the beanie.
under the beanies
So
and doing
weird.
it. He didn't say the old Zelensky. He attacked him for not wearing a suit to the White House. Okay, good point, Scarecrow. Good point.
Yeah, but that's not. I understand, Daniel, but that was the Oval Office. I think that was just a press briefing thing. I don't know if it's.
All right, so
If you need to wear a suit. I wish I could be
yo,
in
potato
that
is
press.
like,
I wish I
having a
was a
tough time.
reporter in that press pool because I would most certainly tell Caroline Levitt, like, I'm gonna get kicked out for sure. I'd be like, oh yeah, I have a question. Why are you such a fucking cunt?
I'm sure she would love that, Candy. She'd bring you back right away. At press conferences
no,
now?
it's
Yeah,
not-
we've already
it
been
would
doing
be-
that. We have
it
one in
would-
the White House,
it would be-
Scarecrow. What do you mean?
It would be, I know it would be a one-way trip, but I still.
Tim had
you
the
know,
cards.
like-
Zelensky didn't have the cards.
A couple.
You know, everyone's got imposter
I
syndrome
know it would be a
to a
one-way
certain
trip,
degree,
but still,
and the only
it's
way
like,
to
she's such a fucking bitch.
This is my comeback. Start
Oh my
yours
God.
at purdueglobal.edu.
Speaking of comebacks, did you
Why
guys
design
ever
doesn't
see
start 8
that Parks and Rec blooper? I'm gonna
I never
play
watched
that
Parks
first
and Rec.
real quick. Hang on, because this shit is so funny.
Never watched Parks and Rec.
It's a great show.
Never watched it.
This shit's so funny. What is this? What is this? What are you sending me, Danny?
Vote status.
Oh no! Just shave it, Tim.
Behold.
Although his head does kind of look like an orange. Are you talking about? Is this the blooper?
What?
This is a blooper, Cosmic. Yes, it is. Thank you. All right, we're gonna watch this because this is really fun.
We know what you want. Healthy, natural food that still tastes great. And we're here
This
to
is
tell
not
you.
that blooper. This is Punch Burger. This is the one.
Everyone loves a good comeback story, right? Seabiscuit, the Mighty Ducks,
Robert Downey Jr. Who
Rocky.
else? Yes.
Kim Kardashian.
Kim, well,
In the video, she gets cum on her back, I think.
Only gonna make the rap party.
There's no way they could have held it together for that one, dude. It's just too fucking good, dude. Absolutely Scarecrow. Fucking diabolical. Oh, so good, dude. And that's totally in line with his character in that show, by the way. Like, for those of you who haven't watched it, that's exactly the kind of fucking thing he would say. Oh, what a moment, dude. What a moment. All right. Let's do it. Loner Box debate time. We're gonna, it's like a 4 hour and 40-minute debate, so we're gonna watch like an hour of it around tonight. We'll watch this over the next few streams. I really enjoy this debate. I think it's a good debate. Well, I think it's a good demonstration of how to deal with a shitty person. Israel-Palestine, Sleepy. And yeah, Cosmic doesn't like it because it's one-sided. I agree it is. But I think it's a really good demonstration of how to deal with somebody who seems to like know what they're talking about in this topic, but is really kind of full of shit. So, yeah.
80 instead of like 1810. It's because people were getting killed. Pogroms in Russia. Why did it increase massively in 1924, 25? That's because that's the year when the Johnson-Reed Act came in and America shut their doors to Jewish immigration, and Jews in Europe realized the rise of fascism was happening. They were like, where the fuck are we going to go?
When you look at the early Muslim conquest, yes, there was violence, but also those conquests involved like significant cultural exchange, and spreading of knowledge and integration of like various different peoples.
Okay, imagine the most Victorian, top-hatted British, like, conservative politician. You just sounded like every single one of those people talking about the British Empire and how they brought like knowledge and culture and science and infrastructure to all of these places that they colonized. What the man? Versus a group of people, Jews, who were running away.
Joe,
they were,
where did you go, Joe?
He's watching the debate.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Because I'm about to leave.
I might hear myself echoing though.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like,
no, it's fine.
go watch the debate.
Just at the beginning. It's fine.
Okay, perfect.
He beat me to it. I was gonna leave. I don't want to watch
If
this.
it would be okay if there was a certain account
he's just getting off here because he's watching the debate
to
in
my
chat.
TikTok.
Okay. I'm getting off because I don't want.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
oh,
it
he
would
beat
be
me
best to
to
server mute
it.
them as well, because sometimes when they get a call, like it just unmutes.
Sorry.
So maybe best
Okay.
if
I'm out.
Okay.
there's.
Done that.
I'm out. Bye.
Thank you so much. Okay.
So,
Yes.
I saw you talking to.
Get ready, guys. We're gonna get a lot of Gaza in this one.
You were on a Dean Withers stream, I think, talking to David, the guy who was pretending to be a Trump supporter.
Oh, he was pretending to be a Trump supporter. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you massacred my boy. He had nothing. So, I don't know, like, this person said that. Do you know anything about my positions? Do you have any predisposed anything? Or.
I have watched one or two of your videos, but yeah. I think maybe I have some confusions, but I kind of get the gist of where you're coming from, maybe.
Okay. Well, I know that there was a list of topics that were coming forward, like a two-state solution or Arab Israelis, Palestinian Israelis, 48ers, whatever they're called. But yeah, it's up to you. You can go in any direction you want to.
Mm-hmm. We can go with the two-state solution, apartheid, and then we could also bring up 48 Palestinians if you want. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we're going to disagree much on apartheid for the West Bank. Maybe for the whole country, probably would. Which one first? Two states or?
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
And is this going to be streamed on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be streamed on my TikTok. So just so you know, you're consenting, not doing it without you knowing.
You're consenting.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
It's going to be one of those.
Okay. What's the stance? Obviously, I'm pro two states, but I'm guessing you're not.
Nope, I am pro one state all the way for all citizens.
Okay.
Yes.
You're gonna say why?
I don't think an apartheid state deserves to exist, and I don't think that Israel, within its current government or within its current organization, would even ever allow a Palestinian state to exist. Therefore, I think, like South Africa, like the Nazi regime, we would need to dismantle it and then build a state for all.
She does.
Okay. Do you think it's impossible that two states could exist without apartheid?
Yes.
Okay, but just not this government. Like Likud obviously doesn't want it.
I think no Israeli administration wants it.
Okay. Ever.
Mask slipping.
I don't think there has. Well, I don't think I know. There has never been an Israeli administration since 1948 that has ever actually wanted a Palestinian state.
Okay. For one state for equality. So yeah, so you want a one-state solution with equal rights for both groups. Does this have to include right of return, or what happens there?
Yeah, right of return for all, even for Jewish people and also for Palestinians. Of course, it would have to be like legally.
Oh, just wait, Nick.
Like apply
Just
for
wait.
whatever it is legal. You'd have to fulfill the legal requirements.
So this would be this would effectively definitely be an Arab majority state, right?
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
But Jewish people would, of
Like
course,
every other
and
one in the
Druze
region.
people and everybody who's not Arab would, of course, have political representation as well.
Okay. Does it bother you that neither side wants this?
I think the Palestinians want it. They historically always wanted it, to be fair.
One state with equality.
One state with Jewish political representation, yes.
Bro, she's
That's not.
fooling herself.
So the question was one state with equality, because there are specifically polls that will ask you about, do you want it to be equal or unequal, and more people will say unequal than equal.
I haven't come across such polls from
I
like the
bet you
Palestinian
haven't.
side.
Okay.
To be fair.
I guess we trust PSR for Palestinian polls?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So I believe that the last time they were asked in this way, both groups, I can send you this if you want, both groups were asked, do you want two states, one non-democratic state without equality, or one democratic state with equality? One democratic state with equality was the lowest option for both sides. I think Israeli Jews, 20% said they wanted it, and for Palestinians, 23%. But the other two were both by far more popular, 2022.
When was it? 2022?
I don't believe I've ever seen one state with equality ever push higher than like maybe 29-30% in the polls for Palestinians.
Can you send me the link for that one, if that's okay? There's 40% of Palestinians support a one-state solution, a two-state solution, sorry, and then more Palestinians support this than those who support either a single state. I mean, this is in 2022. I think I would rather also have a poll
Here we go.
made today, especially after the genocide.
We think Palestinians have become more pro-equality and coexistence now than they were 2 years ago? When there's more
wait.
fighting?
Hold on. Did you send me the link?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh.
Should be in your
where?
DMs on Discord.
Oh,
I need to add you as a friend, maybe.
Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think Palestinians in general are going to be very desperate for just a solution. And I don't think that the two-state solution that has heavily been pushed up until now by the international world has even worked. And I think that Palestinians most likely are going to want a solution, especially now because of the genocide. They're not going to want an Israeli state, especially to exist, because they know that an Israeli state is rooted in subjugation of Palestinians. Therefore, I think there is going to be some turbulence or some issues in the beginning, like everywhere. I think after apartheid in South Africa was also dismantled, the first couple of years were not necessarily peaceful. But I think at the end of the day, it is much better to have that than an apartheid state.
Yeah, it's great that you're telling me that, but like PSR polls from even 2024 are still saying two-state solutions more popular for Palestinians. And you can talk about issues in a one-state solution. Like, I'm not against one state in principle. Obviously, I'm a multiculturalist. Like, I live in a multicultural society. I like that. But obviously, what they want matters more than what I want. And I don't know if I believe in waiting around until Palestinians are ready to actually advocate for a one-nation, one-state solution with equal rights when they need a state now. They don't need a state when they're ready to do it the way I want them to. If we're talking about South Africa had a leadership in the ANC that said they wanted to be a multicultural society with equal rights, the Rainbow Nation. And they specifically geared their resistance activities to make sure that was possible. They avoided targeting civilians. They condemned their own when it did happen. That's why their civilian death count was really low. I don't know which Palestinian leader right now is advocating for one state for two people. and is getting traction for it.
Israel killed all of them. I'm sorry, but Israel killed, like,
dude,
either killed or got.
Her little fucking smug ass laugh. Oh my god. I can't with this. And she's gonna do it a lot. So just be ready for that.
Got rid of all of them, or the ones who did support a two-state solution, like the PLO.
So insufferable.
Look what's
dude.
happening in the West Bank right now. No two-state solution came out of it, even when Palestinians did agree to a two-state solution. So I think the reason as to why you're having a hard time finding this strong leadership is because Israel, in a very calculated manner, has achieved its goal in eliminating any opposition.
Which Palestinian leader has been killed because they advocated for one state for two people?
Well, I wouldn't say one state. I would say like a good leader who wanted to actually advocate for their own people.
I mean, there's Marwan Barghouti's in jail. He's the more popular one, but he's also in jail because he was overseeing like murders. I think he should be released, but I don't know if he's supporting one state for two people. I think we don't really know what his politics are right now because he doesn't really get to talk that much.
Yeah, he's in jail.
We wouldn't know his politics though had Israel released him.
Like, we know that Salam Fayyad existed for a while. He didn't really get that much traction. That's why I'm not really sure. When you're saying that, there's two ways we can go with this. One is that, like, I guess just actually agreeing that it seems to be that the two-state solution is still the more popular one for Palestinians than one state for equal rights. Or we can go into whether or not the two-state solution was actually ever meaningfully accepted by Palestinians in the peace process. Because I don't really think it was.
Mm-hmm. So with regards to this poll, do you have the 2024 one?
Yep.
And which Palestinians were polled in this one?
This would be Gaza and West Bank.
Gaza
usually,
and West Bank.
I think.
What happens to the 48 Palestinians?
In what?
Oh, she brings
for
up
polling.
48 Palestinians.
No, I'm saying when it comes to a two-state solution, what happens to them?
Well, unless it's Trump's plan, they stay in Israel, right? Unless they want to immigrate.
Yeah, but then they stay in an apartheid state.
They can move if they want.
So
like, if
you're
they think
for
it's apartheid, they can leave. But I don't know if they can emigrate to other Arab countries even right now, can't they? If they want.
No, they can't because they have an Israeli citizenship.
Okay, so they'd
Like,
have to get it like
People with an
renounced.
Israeli
Okay.
citizenship cannot go to a lot of Arab countries, and Palestinians
Wow, wonder
can't
why that is.
go to a lot of countries, yeah, or can't immigrate.
Is that for every country? I actually don't know that.
No, I didn't say every Arab country. I'm saying a lot.
Okay, so they could leave apartheid, like, if they wanted to, because there are some
Well,
countries that
why-
have normalized relations.
Well, why should they? That's ethnic cleansing.
I know it's that, but you're saying there's apartheid, and they have the option to go to avoid it. I'm just wondering why they don't.
But why would they want to avoid something that came to them, to their home? Like they didn't immigrate to Israel. Israel came to them and absorbed them into its apartheid state. So why should they be the ones to leave?
I'm not saying they should. I'm just thinking them leaving would be demonstrative of the like intolerable nature, because apartheid's like a really, really awful thing, right?
Yes.
So are we talking about? Okay, depends on which one we want to hammer down. Do we want to talk about peace process, or do we want to talk about Palestinian Israelis?
Are we streaming, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. Can you stream it? I didn't know we were streaming. My bad. I'm so sorry.
okay.
I thought you just wanted to kind of gauge
Yeah,
my
we're watching
opinions
a
prior
debate
to
on my stream right
this.
No, I'm streaming.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of tired. I came from work.
No
that's
worries.
why.
You should hop on
What was
my
your
stream
question
chat
again?
and watch
I'm
the
so
debate
sorry.
with us.
Because I feel like we're ping-ponging between like first it was two-state solution and the peace process,
Destiny?
who said what,
No,
and now it's
Lone
going on
Box.
to Palestinian Israelis and whether or not they live under apartheid.
Oh.
So, is there one of those you want to focus on?
Israel Palestine.
Yeah. So before we go on, do you
Nice.
have
you like been looking at the DMs I sent you? I sent you a couple a while
a
ago.
one-state
I'll have to
solution
double
with
check.
Jewish political representation historically?
Yeah. I was just letting you know.
With Jewish political
I'll see what
representation,
this is all
what
about.
example are we talking about
Yeah,
there?
come and watch with us.
For example, the Palestinian Arab Congress in 1921. I misspoke when it came to Parker's Live, I said it was on both instances was the Palestinian Arab Congress, when in fact, in the earlier instances of between 1921 and 1937, it was the Palestinian Arab Congress, but in 1947, it was the Arab Higher Committee. In all these cases, they did submit a number one, the Palestinian Arab Congress voted in the Third Congress in Haifa in 1921. They voted an independent state where Jews who were already settled in Palestine could remain as equal citizens, but without separate national identity. And this would be like a unified democratic state rather than partitioning the land into separate Jewish and Arab entities.
For someone so
in
young,
1922,
she has this really like condescending
the Arab
thing about
Executive Committee also again offered Jewish people who lived there full civil and political rights within a unitary Palestine, as long as Zionist colonization was halted. In 1937, when the Peel Commission partition plan was being rejected by the Palestinian leadership, they instead again reaffirmed their stance that Jews should be a part of a unified Palestine, not a separate state. And then in 1947, those are the two ones I had mentioned in the live, the Arab Higher Committee proposed to the United Nations, by the way, advocating again for an independent unitary state where it would be democratic, representing both Arabs and Jews with full civil and political rights for all. And so explicitly they were opposing partition but didn't oppose Jewish participation in governance of Palestine.
Okay, so we can go for, first of all, the Arab Higher Committee. I think any requests from the Arab Higher Committee in 47, like led by al-Husseini, I think the Zionists are more than within their rights to say that they don't trust that. Do we agree on that?
I mean, al-Husseini was a questionable person, true, but
he wasn't questionable. He was a Nazi, right? Like, who recruited Bosniaks to do the Holocaust and to join the SS.
I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not sitting here and defending him, but I'm just simply saying, like, what about the other requests though that were denied?
What other requests?
And also, I don't necessarily think he was supposed to be like the leader of the country.
Yeah, because obviously it was like Ottoman elites with a kind of voting system for very, very specific people. So obviously very few people voted, and he wasn't even the most popular. But the people who opposed him from leadership, the Nashashibis, they were less violent than al-Husseini, but they were also still, I think even from as early as 1921, you mentioned the Palestine Arab Congress, even from as early as then, one of their requirements was completely halt to Jewish immigration. Stop letting them sell like Arab land to Jews. So already we're in a point where Jews are basically going to be a minority, and maybe it would have been a democracy. I don't know why they'd be the only Arab country in the region that became a democracy after the mandate ended, but maybe they would have been. But this would have been Jewish representation as like a very small minority.
Blame Palestinians when after the Balfour Declaration they're being actively told by the early Zionists and by some random white dude in England that their land is going to be a Jewish homeland. I think any group of people would then be very, very cautious with a new set of immigrants who are coming into your country saying that they're going to colonize you.
Why would you worry about new immigrants if you've got your own state? Because obviously what they asked for would have destroyed the Balfour Declaration. It would have been an Arab unified state. Why would they worry about immigration after that?
No, so just having immigrants in your state isn't necessarily the problem. Having a whole group of immigrants actively saying, and backed by the West, by the way.
But they're no longer backed by the West in this scenario, right? They're no longer backed by the West if they get what they want, because they want a unified Arab state. But if you've got your unified Arab state, why would you be against Jewish immigration?
Because again, when you want a unified state, they're also being completely against Zionism. But from these Zionist delegations, Zionism is not being actively rejected. And so until the point where Zionism is rejected, which is again this declaration that they're going to be colonizing Palestine, and the Zionists were very loud and proud about it, including Balfour as well. Until you reach that point in time, of course, you're going to want to slowly halt the immigration of people, which, by the way, it was an incredibly fast, like a high influx of Jewish immigrants coming to Palestine that was already causing chaos. I mean, you see it right now within Europe. You're based in
Scotland.
the UK.
Yep.
Scotland. I'm based in Germany. We're literally looking at like an influx of not that many immigrants already wreaking havoc and causing chaos amongst the general population because they feel like they're going to be replaced, even though they're not going to be replaced. It's a white supremacist talking point. But in this case, they were genuinely slowly being uprooted.
Well, that's what I would say, though. But the problem is whatever these Muslim immigrants who come to the UK or foreign people coming here might think, they're not going to have a state because there's no power backing them, which is why I'm wondering is if they were able to cancel the Balfour Declaration, which their demands were, it would be a single Arab state, then why halt immigration? Like, I'm okay with immigration coming here, regardless of what those immigrants think, mostly, because
which is why
they're
she
not
said,
back to have a
which is
separate
why she
homeland.
said, which of course they won't because it's a white supremacist talking point. But yeah,
here, so why not?
That's the difference, though. Immigrations that come to Europe do not intend on having a second homeland.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that these two demands are coming together. Surely you're not going to have. Why would you have an issue with immigration if the British backing of the Jewish homeland is gone? That's what the terms were, right? They were a single Arab state, but also still no immigration. Why is that okay?
Yeah, because again, the British or the West were not necessarily agreeing on this unitary agreement. They didn't necessarily, again, want to listen to people, to the Palestinian people who felt like they were being replaced, who felt like they were being uprooted, and they still continued engineering this democratic shift. So again, if they continued allowing more Jewish immigration, which again, England had no indication of saying that it was going to stop backing this demographic shift, over time, it would still be a Jewish majority country in a non-Jewish majority region.
But the UK...
Because again, at this point, the UK never ever backed down. They never in any way said that they would stop promoting.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Guys, we need before it happens for the first time, I want y'all to keep a count, okay? So we need a count in chat for Guzas.
Or engineering this demographic shift.
I'm not asking you about what was happening during the Balfour Declaration. I'm asking you, why did they demand to remove the Balfour Declaration and to end the immigration? That's the problem. That's the thing I'm not really getting a good answer to. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're asking, end the Balfour Declaration, stop promising a homeland, but still end immigration.
Yes, because I'm saying at that point in time, Jewish immigration was directly tied, or it was directly used as a tool of colonialism. And that is precisely why they were very cautious. Regardless of if they wanted to live within one unitary state or not, it was still a fact that Jewish immigration was still linked to the countless land theft and displacement that was happening under the Jewish National Fund.
We're talking early 1920s here. Pre kind of like mid, so up till the 20s, most of these Jewish land purchases were on empty land. The evictions came later.
I mean,
for the most part.
Palestinian farmers were being evicted even prior to that.
Yeah, but not in large part. Like the large numbers of, I think it was like maybe like 5,000 families that were recorded, but that comes more like late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s. I'm talking like, we said 1921.
But that's still a huge number. Again, when you're having these group of people who are backed by the West coming to your country and pushing tenant farmers or evicting them out of their land, transferring that to Jewish ownership, while at the same time loudly and proudly proclaiming that they're going to colonize you and you're going to be a minority within your country, I think any indigenous people would have been against that, would have been cautious. And I think it's dehumanizing to expect Palestinians not to react that way, to expect Palestinians not to be cautious, when in fact any indigenous group of people would be cautious.
They're not being cautious, though. They were asking to stop all immigration. That's not cautious. Everyone's cautious about immigration. There are certain people we don't let into our country, but this wasn't caution. This was halt it completely. I know the fact is, though, is that the answer to that is that they wanted an Arab state.
Sleepy, there wouldn't be a blockade if Hamas hadn't started lobbing rockets after them in 2006 when they were elected after a year of Israel leaving Gaza completely alone. Oh, fuck, I did it again.
But for some reason, like,
and stuff still gets in.
Hold it forever?
Even with the blockade, it's not like a complete.
I don't know if they said they're going to halt it forever, but
they didn't.
It's just that they check the stuff. That
They didn't. No, that's a fact. They didn't say they were going to halt it forever. If they were going to halt it for a certain period of time,
did they say they were going to halt it temporarily? Like what the?
No, but if you're making the claim that they said they were going to halt it forever, like again, I can't say that they're going to halt it temporarily or forever. You're making the claim that they're thinking of halting it just like that forever.
Well, I think they're halting it at a time when quite a lot of other countries are as well, but they're halting it for the reason that it wasn't just about like wanting a unitary state with equality and democracy and all that. It's because they wanted it to be an Arab state. They didn't like Jewish demographics increasing in that particular area, and people spoke about this as well. Even under the Ottomans, people made warnings about this. But when you keep saying that it's like all this immigration was to do with like the intent to colonize you, I guess the question is like, why do you think you said the immigration went up in the mid-20s? Why did Jewish immigration go up to Palestine in the 20s?
Yeah. So what I said was the immigration was again not peaceful. It wasn't cooperative. It wasn't non-colonial. Like Zionism's goal at that point was to dominate and not necessarily to coexist. And that is what Zionists tell us themselves. They proudly proclaim.
What? You're saying that they started a blockade in March in the middle of the war? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about aid in the north, or are you talking about like a naval blockade? Sleepy. Come on, bro. This fucking fish guy. Fucking me up. Cooked. All right, Nick. Well, thanks for joining us, man. I'll be back on Friday. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, same time. I hope you become part of the community, dude. I'd love to see you here for our streams. We have a good time. I think I'm cooked for this this dive. Unfortunate.
That they do want to colonize Palestine. I mean, Jabotinsky himself in the Iron Wall, even though it was a little bit later than that, I think, but he himself, literally in 1923, openly admitted that Zionist colonization must either be terminated or carried out against the will of the native population. And then he also admitted that it is colonialism. So the reason as to why I think Zionism is colonialism is because that's what Zionists said it was.
We know that Jabotinsky obviously wasn't like the leader of the Zionist movement, because the leader was labor Zionists, not Jabotinsky was the alternative to them. The question is, though, what I was asking you was, we keep saying colonialism, okay? I agree that what they did was like quite colonial, but when you say colonial, like what exactly do you mean? Can you like elaborate on that?
Settler colonialism, to come into a country, to displace the native populations, to take over the lands, to completely erase, or not completely, like largely erase the cultures that are associated with said lands, to destroy the environment, the ecology, by they literally got rid of the indigenous species, plant species, and planted European pine trees and other trees that destroyed the environment.
The pine trees were planted after the war because pine trees planted grew quicker. We're talking like in the early stages, okay? I'm not like, or do you think it was all like the forced large massive transfer was planned in like 1910, or what are you suggesting? I do think yes. I do think in the earlier stages prior to 1947,
there was a plan to ethnically cleanse.
In the 20s and 1910s?
I mean, you had in the 1920s, especially. Yes, I do think so.
Indicated
She
by
said
what?
"so" instead of "so."
By the quotes by
Daniel,
when
do
was
the honors,
Menachem
please.
Osishkin? Wait, let me check. I think Menachem Osishkin was later on, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Menachem Osishkin loudly proclaimed that he would never give up Transjordan, but it should be given up to Jewish colonization. You had Ben Gurion was in the 30s, fine, it wasn't necessarily in the 1910s, but he openly said that Zionism wouldn't necessarily respect a partition plan, that even if they agreed to a partition plan now, that means they would still continue expanding
there it is.
their
That is
state.
just one piece of a much larger issue.
You had Vladimir
generally, I don't agree with the blocking of
Wait,
humanitarian
let me
ACP.
see who else I have here. Hold on. I had the quote somewhere here. My bad, sorry. I had the
That's
quote
okay.
somewhere. Yeah. I mean, he even had Herzl. Herzl. Nordahl, sorry, who worked with Herzl. He literally actively said that this was a colonial project. And it rejects all principles of colonization on a small scale. Herzl himself in 1902 wrote Cecile Rhodes, who you
It's quite colonial, right? Yeah, it's something colonial. This is the problem, though. Okay, here's an issue. I'll tell you. Here's the issue that I have. Okay, it's like people take words that obviously have a lot of like attached meaning to it, and we apply it to a period where what they meant was very different. So when Herzl talks to Cecil Rhodes when he's trying to schmooze people to get support for his little project and saying, "Oh, it's kind of colonial. It's kind of like what you do." What they in 1902, what were Zionists doing? They were buying mostly empty land, draining swamps, and telling everyone that you need to work to toil and become like a laborer Zionist and work the land, and that's how you become one with it. Like, this is not the same as 1948 where you shoot people over the head and or shoot bullets above people's heads until they run away, right? But people like to take that quote and then apply it to what happened later as if like this is what he meant. People could take a letter from Herzl. It's like, this isn't one quote or even 2 or 3 quotes from Herzl. I think in his diary once he talks about maybe we're gonna like pay people, the penniless, to leave or some shit. But Herzl also, he wrote that book, Alt Neuland, his little utopia novel, where a Jewish rabbi in this binational society of Jews and Arabs, there's a rabbi who tries to like vote down the equal rights of Arabs, and then he gets rejected by the Jewish population, right? So using like a quote like this doesn't really tell you in my opinion, because if we look at the broader bulk of Herzl's work, like what he was expecting was not anything like colonial in the sense of British Kenya or French Algeria.
Daniel,
like they weren't doing it for money,
fucked.
okay, for one. They were not doing it on behalf of a mother state like the United Kingdom. They actually asked for the mother state to do it for them, like with the British. And also the third reason, I think it's the biggest reason.
100%.
Is that
I feel so tired. I mean, it's just like there's all this implicit racism, and like for somebody who's like claims themselves to be like this, oh, so woke, oh, we care, not realizing all of this implicit fucking anti-Semitic tropes that she's employing without even realizing is kind of crazy to me.
At the times they did. Why did Zionism start in 1880 instead of like 1810? It's because people were getting killed. Pogroms in Russia. Why did it increase massively in 1924?
I have a package from Amazon.
That's because that's the year when the Johnson-Reed Act came in and America shut their doors to Jewish immigration. And Jews in Europe, where are we going to go? Well, I guess there's just one thing going on. So the problem with colonialism is that it doesn't really it doesn't tell you.
I mean, I know my balls are big, but like,
that's not a pillow. I get that. It doesn't tell you why most Jews actually chose to go there. It's not because they were planning on plundering a land and establishing dominance and supremacy. They were doing it because they were running away. Do you disagree with that?
So, I want to address the first point that you said, and I'll address this last point that you made. So the first point, I think, is a bit, in my opinion, kind of disingenuous. I think it's a common Zionist myth, this idea that Zionists made the desert bloom, and this was all just arid land.
To be clear, just to reiterate exactly what I said rather than that caricature
Most
that you just
Zionists-
did. The caricature that you just that's different what I said. What I said was in
Yeah,
the
That's why I love
beginning,
Loner,
mostly
dude.
what they
That's
did
why I
was
love
they bought empty land. That's just true.
Yeah, but that's not just true, right? In the late 19th century and early 20th century, Palestine was already inhabited and cultivated by Palestinians.
Yeah, I didn't
Jewish
say it
land
wasn't. I'm saying that the
No, wait, but
plots
you
that they
said
purchased.
most of the land purchases were on empty land. What I'm trying to tell you, that's not necessarily true. Jewish land purchases were not necessarily mostly on empty land, but on land already occupied by Palestinian tenant
correct,
farmers. For example, a huge example is when the Jewish National Fund in 1921 bought land in Marj ibn Amr or Jazreel Valley. It displaced thousands of Palestinian peasants who had
Here
lived
we
there
go.
for generations. Now,
We're
this
starting.
wasn't even unknown to the Zionists. I mean, Arthur Rippon, literally in the 1910s, said, "Our land acquisition policy will create an Arab problem. If Palestine were an empty land, it would be simpler," but that is not the case.
So none of that contradicts what I said. I said most of the
does.
land that they purchased up until like 1920s-ish was
It's
empty
like
land.
this.
That's
No
just
one
true.
is
Like
going
most
to
of the
them
land they
except-
purchased, most, like a percent.
Such as a venue to get off of using zingers they've had in their holsters for months. Lonerbox look like a fool for even doing research here. I don't know, man. I've watched this whole debate, and I think it's important to watch this one because, like I said, she is like an insidious person because she sounds very smart. She sounds like she knows what she's talking about, but and she's gonna pull in people who aren't very well educated on this topic. And so I think it's good to watch this.
Percentages, right? Like a proportion. I mean,
Yeah, and I disagree that most of it was empty land. That's what I'm trying to say. This idea that most of it was just empty land alludes to the fact, implies basically
no, it's
that
not implying anything. It's just a fact. Like I'm not saying that they made the desert bloom or anything. I'm not saying that. But what's your source for saying that like more of the land that they bought up until the 20s was
what's your source?
tenants?
'Cause
It's
you made the claim.
from Righteous Victims.
Which page? Or can you give me like the exact
I will find
quote?
it for you. Let's see.
And Righteous Victims, wasn't that written by Benny Morris?
Oh,
Yep.
here we
Are we
go.
Oh.
What's the
Okay.
laugh in reference to there?
She's
The
gonna
abandoned story?
discredit Benny Morris now.
Yes. Well, I mean,
That's
sometimes
right,
he might be
Hito.
questionable,
Well
I think.
played. Little
On
Benny
this
Morris
issue.
laughing
Okay, what's the
emoji.
contradiction to this claim?
No, I just, I don't know. I would have probably much preferred like I'm
Someone
not gonna
who's
come
not
here
Benny
and
Morris,
quote
that's what I
Elon
would
Pape,
prefer,
for
she
example,
says.
because I know that he
He's
is
mental, yeah.
yeah, and Benny Morris, I think I just I don't know. I just
finally.
take his word with a grain of salt. I think.
I bet
Okay,
you
I mean, we
do.
can look for his footnote if you want.
Yeah, that would be good.
Was it? I think it's where he mentions it was coastal.
She wanted Elon Pape. I know.
Should really
like,
take page numbers for these things.
bruh,
While I'm
you have
looking
to
at
be
this,
fucking
you
out
can
of
write
your
it down if you want to
mind
bring me back to it, because I'm still
to bring
looking.
in Elon Pape.
Yeah.
Okay, so so in terms of colonial, do we agree that Zionism
stall you
differed
till the
from
feds get your
most other
coordinates.
colonialisms in the sense that they weren't doing it for money? Just for one example.
I mean, I disagree because I think I don't think all forms of colonialism are the same.
Yeah.
I do think when we look at the American context, for example, the people who did immigrate to America were also people who were persecuted in Europe, were religiously.
That sounds kind of fucking familiar, maybe. I wonder if there's another group that went through something like that. You know, I bet there was, but I can't think of it, you know? There was another group of persecuted people who immigrated to a place in the Middle East. Maybe that place was called Israel. Huh. Oh, well, I don't know. No idea. It's like Ethan says, they want you to use an approved list of Jews. Yeah.
Persecuted, who
True.
were stuck in poverty, peasants, and
Like,
felt like they needed
Finkelfuck.
to move to America to colonize. So colonization doesn't necessarily always have to do with money. It can also do with survival. And of course, I'm not going to negate the fact
God,
that
I really...
Jewish people were
okay, good.
oppressed because
yeah, I'm glad you're fucking saying that.
my father has Jewish heritage, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you like that's not the case. Yes.
Oh, so she has this other fucking like vocal tick that she does, where she says, "I'm not going to sit here and tell you that," and then tells you that.
Pogroms did increase. And violence had increased. What I'm trying to argue is that there could have been immigration without colonization. Like Jewish people could have immigrated and lived without the idea of wanting to create their own state or an ethno-state in a non-Jewish majority region.
Okay, I think America definitely, most colonization of America definitely had a lot more of a financial incentive, I think, than Zionism.
Even though, like, the reason why we did that is because, like, every time we tried to do that, you know, we got fucking murderized.
Rushes and things like that. Obviously, the Irish didn't go there for, but even then, like,
yeah, the Irish.
You were probably still good, but again, the Irish were like, there was a famine, and they moved to America because like there's still that promise of the idea that you can actually make much more of a living for yourself in America. Whereas for Zionism, the promise wasn't money at all. It wasn't even like this will lift you out of poverty or anything. The promise was, the promise was that you would go there and you would get free from persecution. That was the idea.
If the Palestinians hadn't attacked, most of those Jews would probably be Americans right now. What are you talking about specifically? I feel so tired.
Like, what does that have to do with Palestinians? Why do you think persecution warrants an ethno-state? I mean, black people are persecuted. There is no black-only state. Sinti and Romani people are persecuted. There's so many other different groups of people that are persecuted. It doesn't necessarily mean that you allow them to go and colonize a completely different group of people.
Yeah, but like if you ask me if I'd be okay with like Romanis having like an ethno-state, I'd probably say yes. If you were to ask me like, am I okay with Native Americans carving out like in mostly empty area of like some middle states in the US to have their own country where they're okay, I'd probably say fucking yes, dude. But even in those situations, right, like they're not surrounded by people who are currently trying to kill them. Maybe Romanis in some places, and Native Americans have just like a shitty situation. But like, I'm totally consistent on that. I don't have a fucking problem if persecuted people want to have a state that they run for themselves in order to feel safe. I'm fine with that. I don't know, are they? I don't know.
That have absolutely nothing to do with their persecution.
Yeah, I mean, I blame the British for that, for choosing, for giving them a land that had people living in it. Yeah, of course. But I don't. But I don't blame the Jewish immigrants who decided that was the place to go, because to them they felt like there was nowhere else, and they were kind of correct. So yeah, I don't really blame the Jews for that. I blame the British.
Blame the British and Jewish leaders as well, Zionist leaders, who didn't advocate for coexistence but instead colonization.
So the page, it doesn't really have page numbers because it's like PDF, but the paragraph here is Zionist land purchases and settlement in 1880 to 1914 focused on the coastal plain between just south of Jaffa and Haifa on the Jezreel and Jordan valleys. These areas, often swampy, were largely uninhabited and uncultivated. During the second half of the 19th century and the early years of the 20th century, they began also to attract Arab families unable to make a living in the crowded hilly spine of the country. It was into this still largely uninhabited reserve, these plains and valleys, that the Zionists were pushing, dispossessing some of the Arabs living there or preempting others from moving in. This was to be a geographic contest the Arabs were destined to lose. So yeah, in this case, at this time, it was mostly uninhabited. Yeah. I don't think that's very controversial, though. I don't think people dispute that.
Do you have a footnote for that?
The footnote goes down to
on everything that doesn't agree
5,
with her,
which is from Mandel. What's the book called? Sure. Again, I don't think, has anyone even tried to contradict that claim?
No, not really.
I don't know any left-wing or pro-Palestinian historian who's tried to say that it was mostly inhabited before the 20s. the purchases.
I just think like the idea that it was mostly uninhabited, empty land is just.
Well, it's because it sounds like a trope. I know because it's like it sounds like what.
Point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not true for this.
Yeah, I was gonna say
right?
it doesn't mean it's not true for this
If someone
time
said
period,
it about like
dog.
I don't even know. If someone said it about all the way up until the 40s, then yeah, that's mental. But I don't think anyone says it up until
No,
1920.
but I feel like when Jewish buyers only owned approximately like 5.6% of the land, and there were a lot of large scale like land purchases from absentee landlords such as the Sursok family that did result in the displacement of countless Palestinian tenant farmers.
You might
I
be
think
right,
like
dog. Fuck.
I personally haven't seen like a legitimate source that is not from
I wanted
a
to say
biased
Hatzel again.
scholar that shows that it was majority not inhabited.
I mean, if we're talking about bias, I think even in this thing, when Benny Morris does talk about the farmers, the book is by Neville Mandel. It's called Arabs and Zionism Before World War One. So it's very specifically about Mandel. Yeah.
Arabs and Zionism.
I think the page was like 29 or something. But if we're talking about, like, you say biased scholar or whatever, but even when Morris talks about the farmers, he does actually say that the official numbers for tenant farmers who were evicted in the thousands later on, the official numbers, he even says that they're most likely too low because so many of these purchases were made under the counter because the Arab landowners didn't really want to get caught selling land to Jews, you know? So actually, he actually makes the point more in your favor in the same book. So.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's still going
Yeah,
to
but
be a
I
Zionist.
don't like
and I
him
think, like,
because
if
he's
he,
not purely in my narrative.
brings
Loner.
inside biases,
Don't
especially
you,
if
weren't you
I
paying
did not,
attention?
Like if I do read Zionist books.
I feel so
and
tired.
papers,
He's a
if they're
Turk and an
unbiased.
Arab and a white
person like
person,
Benny
depending
Morris,
on the
though,
day.
has kind of shown himself to be incredibly biased, and that's why I don't necessarily believe him. I also looked up Neville Mandel. There is almost nothing on this man except for that one single book,
Bro,
The Arabs
I
and Zionism.
love this. Like, she is right away.
But other than that,
like, her
there
whole
is,
tactic
like,
is let me
nothing on
discredit
this
your
man.
source
I
rather
can
than
find you the book
provide
for
like
numbers if you want,
contradictory evidence to the thing that you're saying.
I don't know, would you ever
That's
use
so
the same level of skepticism, especially when there's no counterclaim? Would you ever use the same level of skepticism for like a take from a pro-Palestinian? Or
how about you
what's going on
provide
there?
like alternate sources
very,
rather
very-
than
I'm-
just being like,
I-
I'm going to discredit
I
your
think
source.
like I'm very known for that. I do
Okay.
ask
Are
sources
you?
and I verify every single thing because I don't necessarily like it when misinformation is spread. So yes.
Okay.
Oh,
I will
do
also
you
say,
not
so
like it when
we disagree on a lot,
misinformation
but
is
this is so
spread?
far probably one
Isn't
of the
that
most interesting
interesting?
conversations I've had on this topic, so thank you for that. Yeah, so here we can look for this one if you want. This one's saying, this is where he's saying that the British investigation, there was one that was done that found that only 664 tenant farmers were evicted because of Jewish acquisitions between 1919 and 31, but then he also concedes the true number is probably a lot higher. When you get from 31 to 39, then it's like 900 families, which would actually mean thousands of people because those were big families that were uprooted. When you take the numbers of Zionists
Not a single
immigration,
one
though,
at
which
this-
is
I
like
mean,
tens of
maybe a
thousands
single
at this
one,
point,
but,
then
like,
obviously,
not
yeah,
a
it does
lot,
look like it's a majority.
She's just like,
minority
this is what it
that are moving
was.
into evicted areas. The source for this one, 216, is
She
it
will,
Sykes
though,
or
I think. She will a
Stein?
little bit,
Sykes.
Daniel.
Okay, let's see. Sykes, page 108. But this would be referring to the British investigation.
Yeah.
Christopher Sykes, Crossroads to Israel, 1965.
Can we agree on one thing? Can we agree
Mm-hmm.
that if had Zionism not been so colonial in its nature, like I mean, not going around calling it a colonial effort, creating a colonial fund, writing letters to colonizers, talking proudly about wanting to colonize the land, that Palestinians wouldn't have necessarily been as apprehensive as they were, rightfully so, like any other indigenous people. Because prior to Balfour Declaration, there wasn't as much apprehension, I would argue, from the Palestinians. It was mostly like the symmetry breaker was the Balfour Declaration.
I have no idea if that's true about the level of apprehension. I mean, your source for the 1920s, like with the what do you call it, the Palestine Arab Congress. So in 1921, when they were saying what you said, the unitary state, but we stop immigration, when this guy met with Churchill, the leader, Kazem al-Husseini, he was citing the protocols and shit. Like, this guy did not like Jews at all. The Jews have been amongst the most active advocates of destruction in many lands. It is well known that the disintegration of Russia was wholly or in great part brought about by the Jews.
I have
a
no
large
choice
portion
here.
of the defeat of Germany and Austria must also be put at their door. Yeah, it's like, I know what you're saying. Like, I can see
My hands
why
are
Palestinian
tied, buddy.
obviously apprehension makes a lot of sense. I've never ever denied that. I think the thing that people don't get though is that it can be the case when both sides can have a valid concern and a valid reason for pursuing what they do. And I think from the Zionist end, the idea that they just could not trust these Ottoman elite leaders to treat them well as a minority, I think is pretty well warranted. Yeah, because the same thing, like with Herzl, like the big motivator he claims, maybe erroneously, is when he's like, yeah, we got emancipation in Europe, but they still treat us like, I mean, there's the same in Ottoman Empire as well, and post-Ottoman even worse. So
was Hajimin Husseini elected by
this is Kazim al-Husseini. This is not Hajimin. This is the lead. This is the head of the Palestine Arab Congress up until his death, 34.
So you're saying that Zionists were cautious because to work with Palestinians because of the anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I think a lot of these old Ottoman elite leaders did not have the greatest opinions on Jews. Yeah.
So then, how come Israel works today with evangelicals? I mean, evangelicals today literally think that 2/3 of Jews are going to be evaporated by beams that come from the sky, and
evaporated.
I mean, this is what kind of, like, for me personally, makes me wonder or makes me question this idea that all these Zionists were too scared to work with the Palestinians because somehow they're all just Jewish hating anti-Semites, when we see Israel cozying it up with far-right neo-Nazi parties. We see the ADL actively saying that Elon Musk did not do the Hitler salute. We see they accepting support from evangelical Christians who think a beam is going to come down and annihilate 2/3 of the Jewish population.
We don't have a lot of people. We can't be
incredibly
choosy,
anti-Semitic.
They want to help us. Y'all fucking don't.
It's kind of hypocritical to see Israelis, in order to justify land claim and to justify apartheid and ethnic cleansing, they say anti-Semitism is an issue, but then it's okay to work with anti-Semites.
Yeah, because like every political group on the world, people are pragmatic, right? Like, so, why does Iran work with Sunni extremists in Hamas, right? Like, even though what like Sunni extremists think about Shiites, right? It's people are. But I guess the reason is that Iran's not going to worry about Hamas like coming to their door to kill them. It's like, I don't really know why people like the Zionists were worried about Arab violence and anti-Semitism from these leaders because it was literally happening to them. Whereas with the evangelicals today, like maybe they will be a threat to Jews at some point, but I don't really know if they're not the ones who are like launching rockets at them and trying to destroy their country in Israel. So.
I mean, Israel is. I don't know if Israel can complain about 1 or 2 rockets when it literally
thousands of them. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it has the Iron Dome. It has a huge military. Whereas
why do you think it has the Iron Dome?
They're being annihilated. Like, again, Israelis do not have a legitimate claim today when it comes to this existential claim when they're not being genocided.
I think the existential claim can still be valid. So do you think, have you ever heard like Sinwar outlining what he expected to happen on October 7th?
Apartheid.
What do you mean?
When Sinwar's talking in 2022, he's like very strongly alluding to October 7th because he's talking about like the uprising from Gaza and the thousands of rockets and the 500 kilometers of tunnels. He's saying that he's expected around the same time that they did that. He's talking about how there's going to be like 1 million Palestinian Israelis are going to rise up, and then they're going to do a third intifada in the West Bank, and Hezbollah are going to join in. It's like, I feel like if that succeeded, Israel would be pretty. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, Israel is quite good at holding off their threats militarily right now, barring October 7th. But like the reason they hold off those threats is because they exert like immense military force when people try to with them, right? Like that's why they come up with that whole doctrine. That's why, like with Egypt, they pushed all the way like towards Cairo and Yom Kippur, but then they got peace out of it in the end. Same with like pushing Syria back to Damascus, and they get the DMZ out of it. So, or with Hezbollah, right? Like now they finally have a president who's not mental in Lebanon. So
are you trying to argue that Israel does all of this just to protect itself?
Oh,
they do all
wow,
of it to
look at
protect
her
themselves.
stumbling into the
they commit war
fucking
crimes
point.
and other kinds of what they do in the West Bank is not defensive at all. But I think a lot of their military action is defensive. Yeah.
Because okay, so this is why
Her
I'm saying
brain's breaking in real
that's
time
not
right
necessarily true. Because if that were the case, I don't understand why Israel would go around participating in genocides on a global scale as well. When we look at its participation in Guatemala in the 1970s and 80s, when Israel was the sole arms supplier to Guatemala during that time, a period that was literally marked with the Guatemalan regime genociding indigenous populations. It did that in El Salvador in the 1970s and 1980s. It did that in Indonesia in late 1970s. It did that in Eritrea, where it heavily supplied Ethiopia.
Yeah, she's like
so much military.
She tries to like do the accent for every fucking language.
Aid, including cluster bombs, when Eritreans were actively being genocided, even though Eritreans and all these other groups of people have never ever touched Israel. So my question is, it makes me kind of like smirk a bit or laugh a bit at this this notion that Israel is just protecting itself or it has a right to defend itself, when you cannot be defending yourself into other countries and into other conflicts.
Well, that's absolutely what people do when they get attacked by other countries. So first of all, I don't think what they do in Eritrea and all that is defensive. Like countries do arms deals with other countries that do horrible things like all the time, right? Egypt still gets arms, even though they were like illicitly sending stuff to North Korea, right? But if Egypt got attacked and then they fought back, I wouldn't say, oh, but why would you say they're defending themselves against like Sudan attacking them? Because they're sending arms to North Korea. Like both things can happen at once. Like Israel sells arms to China, even though they think China is trying to destroy them through propaganda and TikTok. So it's like, yeah, that happens. But I don't think that means their military actions against Hezbollah, like the Houthis and all that. I don't see why that contradicts those actions being defensive.
Because I think that Israel is an anchor state. I think who is it? Wasn't it Herzl who said that Israel would be a European outpost in the Middle East, and I think as that outpost in the Middle East, it actively works as an arm of imperialism, which is why it's completely different when, let's say, a country does questionable actions in regards to, let's say, for example, Egypt, but Egypt itself is very questionable, right? In comparison to Israel, that consistently always acts as an arm of Western imperialism to destabilize all the countries around it, but also other countries that are
like,
literally on completely different continents. So again,
I bet she's somebody who thinks the term anchor baby is like disgusting, and yet she just used it like an equivalent term for her own purpose.
In that they exist in the their existence is rooted in the destabilization of the global south, and as long as they
is like someone, they say an illegal immigrant will come here and have a baby in our country because that will make them a citizen and it'll make it more likely that they can stay here and not get deported.
They will continue destabilizing the global south, and that's why I brought up all these different all these different conflicts, but also Israel has nukes, unchecked nukes.
Well, not officially.
And 2,000-pound bombs also that it can just use.
Oh,
as
we
much
got
as it
2,000 pounds. That's on our
I-
bingo card for
Be
sure.
honest,
I don't know if they can use nukes as much as they want, right? Anyway, go on. Yeah, carry on.
2,000-pound bombs. If Egypt were to do a quarter of the ish that Israel is doing, you would see America literally invading it within 0.2 seconds,
all over the place
saying it's
here,
going to
Daniel.
bomb
You're
democracy
absolutely
into
right.
Egypt, right? So Israel is doing all of this with impunity, and not only to the Palestinians, but also to other
I think that
indigenous
fits the
populations
horseshoe.
that have absolutely nothing to do with attacking Israel.
Again, them engaging in arms sales, that's like an economic thing. I don't think it's defensive for them to do that. I was talking specifically about their actions against Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas. All incidentally countries that want Israel destroyed, militarily or otherwise. So I'd say that's not mutually exclusive with it being defensive.
I mean, the Houthis have said that they are only attacking because of what's happening in Gaza. And during the ceasefire, they had stopped.
We got one.
And then
we got one, guys. We got a Gaza. That's one.
They resumed their attacking once Israel has restarted the
attack. But you realize that the Houthis have not renounced their ultimate goal, which is to have Israel destroyed, right?
Yes, we do not want Houthis to exist, but again, they have clearly stated their goal, which their goal is we're not going to stop until Israel stops genociding Gazans.
That's two.
Do you think...
You have drug dealers in Morocco.
Let's keep it count, guys. Let's keep it count.
Have like more of a moral high ground than a supposed democratic state by saying they're not going to sell drugs to Israel until it stops genociding Palestinians. I feel like it's crazy.
Well, wait. What do you think the Houthis are only like targeting ships that are like helping Israel?
Targeting all ships.
Yeah, they're targeting all. They're just saying whoever the right, like.
Yes.
And also, when we say that, like, oh yeah, they're only doing this so they can get the ceasefire. Again, it's like, yeah. Do you think did the Houthis ever ask Hamas to ceasefire? Did they ever ask Hamas to surrender? Did they ever ask Hamas to like? What did they say on October 7th? Did they say that was a bad idea? Like,
but Hamas
the Houthis are doing
based.
this to
What
help
do you mean,
Hamas. We agree on that, right? Like, they're doing this to help Hamas. Think about like humanitarian pause or ceasefire or even like a long-lasting peace. Like, yeah, they want Hamas, and a ceasefire is what Hamas would need to help them regroup. They're not doing this to like secure any kind of like long-lasting peace in the region. You still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Why does Hamas exist?
Oh God, bro.
Quite a few reasons. Do you want me to go through maybe like a bullet point? Like, I guess one is because they get quite a substantial amount of support from Iran and Qatar. They initially came out of the Muslim Brotherhood. They were a charity called Mujama al-Islamiyah. They controlled quite a lot of mosques in Gaza, and they set up blood banks in schools and universities and everything like that. The Israelis recognized them as a charity. I think they gave them, I don't remember how much, but they gave them a bit of their budget whilst they were occupying Gaza. And in the first Intifada, that was around the same time that they started to acquire arms because they got fed up with the Muslim Brotherhood for being too normalizy with Israel. They didn't like that. They were caught with an arms stockpile in a mosque in like mid-80s or something. Israel kind of ignored them for a large part during the first Intifada for the first year, but for the second year, when they actually called themselves Hamas and started putting out their leaflets and everything and saying their intentions, they started taking them more seriously. Is that more or less correct?
Well, you're kind of pivoting from my question.
Why does Hamas exist?
He's giving you the actual answer. You were trying to make a leading question to give you the answer that you want to hear.
Why did Hamas decide to create itself, or what was it responding to? You know the answer.
No, that's a really complicated question. One is like, yeah, it is. Because why did the Houthis like create themselves in the way that they have the same goals towards Israel as Hamas does? Israel didn't occupy Yemen. Like,
question. I
same with Iran.
I feel like you're pivoting. Oh no, well, I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about specifically about Hamas. Why did Hamas come to exist?
Hamas came to exist because they were dissatisfied with the Muslim Brotherhood and the PLO, because they thought they were corrupt, not Islamic enough, and for the Muslim Brotherhood because they were too much for normalization. So they came up in Gaza under Israeli occupation, and that was their main dissatisfaction. It was a lack of normalization and a lack of religious values, a lack of rejectionism. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, normalization with what though?
With Israel. Hamas didn't want normalization with Israel.
And why do you think they didn't want normalization with Israel?
Because they're religious extremists who want to destroy Israel and bring back the whole land for Palestine.
Can I be honest? I think that was a very disingenuous response, and I do think that was a pivot, because we both know that. Yeah,
you want me to say that Hamas only is a reaction to Israel. That's it. As in, like, Arabs are and all they can do is respond as cause and effect to Israel's actions, right?
Sorry,
I'm sorry. Okay, I won't do that again.
No, I think that is the fact, though. Hamas was founded in response to decades of Israeli military occupation within the West Bank and within the Gaza Strip. And the reason as to why they were frustrated with the PLO and Fatah was because they felt like Yasser Arafat had made so many mistakes, whether it was with
we're getting a
the way
rapid
that he
fire.
dealt with Kuwait and Saddam Hussein, and got so many Palestinians kicked out, the way that he dealt with the normalization processes, the way that he dealt with recognizing the existence of Israel and all those different things. Again, he was seen as very corrupt. He was seen as way too willing to compromise with Israel. And for that reason, they resisted against him. Not necessarily because they were all these just barbaric, savage, like Muslimics who just hated the Jews because they just hate them because they're Muslimics. Again, I feel like
you're trying to caricature what I'm saying, but like it seems like I'm not denying that occupation played a role in bringing Hamas about, obviously. But it doesn't explain the Houthis though. It doesn't explain their position on Israel. They were never occupied, or Iran, or Qatar. Like all these support Hamas in some way or the other. So, do you think anti-Semitism has nothing to do with it?
No, I think again with regards to the Houthis, right? The Houthis, which again, I'm not defending the Houthis. I'm not also going to defend Hezbollah. You're not going to see me doing that. But when we look at the rise of the Houthis, the reason as to why they're going to not like Israel is again because they oppose the U.S. and any Western influence within the Middle East, and they view Saudi Arabia, which is why they hate Saudi Arabia as well. Are you going to tell me that they're anti-Sunnis or something like that? No.
I don't think they want to abolish. Well, their vitriol towards Israel is a lot more different. It's curse upon Israel, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews. Saudi's not in the slogan. They mentioned the Jews twice, America but Saudi doesn't get one. Yeah, America as well, but the Jews get 2 mentions. And if you read any of Hussein al-Houth's sermons, mate, it's all Jews, right? He hates Jews. Yeah.
All right, guys. I think that's a good place to stop for tonight. Let's see. 58 minutes, 53 seconds. We'll pick this up next time. Guys, it's been fun. This was a great stream today. I had a lot of fun. Y'all are fucking amazing. It's been real cool. We got new people. We got a couple new people joining the community today. It was awesome. Mika, come here. Come and say goodbye to everybody. You come and say goodbye to everyone. Come on, babes. Here we are. Yeah. You gonna say bye? You gonna say bye-bye? Mika says bye. Guys, I will be back on Friday. I will see you all then. Everybody was super fun tonight. I love you all. You're all amazing. Everybody have an awesome evening. And I'll see you in a couple days. Goodbye.